For everyone's awareness, the live stream has been turned on.
Good morning, Marie. I see you're online. Can you confirm that you can? Oh. Hi, good morning, Marie. Can you confirm you can hear us in chamber?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, terrific. Thank you.
We're just going to get you to sit in the gallery, and then once your item is up, you betcha, then we'll have you move over here, okay? Perfect.
Once I'm in my,
Your bubble?
over there,
Yeah.
when I'm speaking,
We'll roll call in 30 seconds.
well, I'm just gonna, ramble on. But, you know, I'm gonna say we're working on it. And, we appreciate the collaboration.
All right, let's call this executive committee meeting to order with a roll call. Vice Chair McKean, are you there?
Good morning, Don. I'm here.
Good morning. Councillor Carmel?
Good morning.
Live and on deck, Councillor Hamilton?
It's my understanding that Councillor Hamilton is unable to make it today.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe that she provided that information to both the clerk's office and to the mayor's office.
Oh, okay. Well, it is my error that I did not have that before me, so apologies, but Councillor Walters?
I'm here.
I can see with my own eyes, so that's quorum. And any other members of council? I see Councillor Henderson joining us.
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
good morning. Any other, Councillor Essinger?
Present.
You're all very tiny on the Hollywood squares on the screen. I'm peering at you. Any other members of council joining us this morning? Not hearing any. Welcome to everyone. We'll need a motion to adopt the agenda with the addition of 6.5. Councillor Carmel?
So moved. With the adoption of the agenda with addition of 6.5 temporary pandemic accommodation operator service agreements.
Thank you. Any questions on the agenda? Do you want to do a vote here? Okay, please vote. See if I can get logged in time here. I'm a yes.
I too am a yes. I'm this close.
And display the vote, and that's carried unanimously. The minutes from October 16th.
I will move the minutes from the October 16th, 2020 Executive Committee meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions? Seeing none, then we'll take unanimous consent on the minutes. Okay, those are approved without objection. Protocol items, we do have one, and I just met them virtually in the hallway, but very pleased to welcome a City Hall school class here from Ward 11, which is Herman Chang's grade 5-6 class from Hillview School. So welcome, girls and boys, glad to have you here. And thank you, Ms. Hutt, for keeping City Hall going in these COVID times, and to Mr. Chang for rolling with it, and the kids of Hillview School. It's nice to meet you, albeit virtually. That's the only protocol item I have for today, so we'll now move into selection of items for debate. Councillor Walters?
I'll grab 6.1. There's speakers also 6.2, 6.4, and 6.5 and 7.1. I don't know that we need. Well, it says there's a decision for 6.5, so I'll just take it.
Okay. We can cross-reference if necessary, 6.5 and 7.1 if there are certain kinds of questions that are private, but okay, so everything but 6.3 and the status reports has been selected. Did anyone have any questions on the status reports or 6.3? I had one on 6.3, but I can ask it offline. So if no one wishes to select those, someone want to move the items?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the balance of the items.
Okay, thank you very much. Please vote on those items not selected for debate this morning. Display the vote.
We're just missing Councillor Walters' vote.
Okay.
We have all 4 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. You want to read back what we've taken care of this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Implementation and Impacts of Gender-Based Analysis Plus Update with a revised due date of January 18th, 2021. Item 5.2, Revised Community Energy Transition Strategy, Accelerated Actions and Draft Strategy with a revised due date of November 9th, 2020. And item 6.3, Semi-Annual Delegation of Authority Report, January 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2020.
That's what I have as well. Thank you very much. Next would be requests to speak, which we have about 9 at last count here.
I'll read those out, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So I'll move that the Executive Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate. On 6.1, we hear from Jimmy Shuchuk for catering, John McNichol of the Edmonton Construction Association, Marie Soprovich with CHBA, and John Adria, Uncle John's Fireworks. On 6.2, we hear from Gerald Drews, and on 6.4, we hear from Daryl Zielinski.
Okay, I've also got Anand Pai from NAOP on the first 6.1, and Don Shui, not sure, and James Orenchuk on 6.2. I might have a more up-to-date list here, so.
Okay, I'll move all those.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any additional speakers registered since then? Okay, not hearing any. Please vote on hearing from speakers on these items.
We have 4 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, time specifics. We've already made 2 of the items where we're hearing from speakers time specific. So item 6.1, which is the small business regs and red tape conversation, that will be a first item of business. And we've got 3 folks who wish to address the property tax, the property valuation question. But that's already been made time specific for 1:30. I'm going to suggest that for Mr. Zielinski, as well as for the admin delegations, that we make that item a second item at 1:30, so that they can plan to be back in the afternoon, and that we make the 7.1 time specific for 11 a.m. I think we can get to it, and if it ends up being 11:15, that's okay, but I think it would be helpful to administration to do that in the morning. So the motion I'd be looking for is to make 7.1 time specific for 11 a.m. and to make 6.4 time specific second item at 1:30.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Hopefully that doesn't tie us in too many knots here. Please vote on making those items time specific. Display the vote, please. Carried. Are there any councillor inquiries today? Not hearing any, then we'll move right into the business, starting with 6.1, reductions to small business regulations focusing on enhancing service for business.
Good morning, committee. Stephanie McCabe here virtually. Very excited to be here this morning. With me is Kim Petrin, our branch manager of development services, and Mike Clue, our acting branch manager of corporate strategy. Online as well, we have Lana Phillips, who's our initiative lead for business performance work, YC Ramirez, who can speak to the business licensing work that's underway, as well as Gail Hickmore, who's the acting director for development and zoning services. Just want to let you know today that as a corporation and as a department, we're working towards a culture that enables businesses to thrive at Edmonton. And we are doing this by accepting risks differently and by using simple and agile processes. We're on a journey, but we have made significant progress to date, and today we're highlighting the range of work underway to improve our services and reduce red tape in a way that continues to support our business community now and into the future. We know there's urgency with this work, and that urgency has increased with the economic challenges and has really been reinforced by the Reimagine guiding principles. We want you to know that we're committed to seeking new ways to improve our service delivery. And we also want to thank our city building partners at Edmontonians. They've been very generous with their input to date, and they also continue to invest in Edmonton, either by building new retail and commercial spaces or by improving their homes or existing businesses, and we thank them for investing in Edmonton. I'm now going to pass it to Kim Petrin to complete the presentation.
Collectively, we recognize the importance of small business to Edmonton's economy, its growth and vibrancy. How we regulate and provide services can impact Edmonton's ability to retrain, attract, and grow business. Our core services of permits and licensing provide value to businesses through signaling their compliance to rules. Given focused efforts over the last 5 years, most of these services are now available online. We provide a number of supporting services to our business community. These complement the core services by providing additional information, support, or funds to business owners. In recent months, alongside partners across administration, we've quickly put in place other services such as the temporary patio extension program and remote video inspection to help our businesses navigate the challenges resulting from COVID-19. Improvement is a constant journey, and there's a number of tools we can use. Here we've highlighted changes helpful to our business community that are in progress or completed in the past 2 years. These improvements enable efficient and effective service delivery through purposeful regulation and changes to our processes. We continue to use risk-based and data-driven approaches to improve. We want to enable our staff to use their skills and knowledge in a meaningful way to help customers and limit the barriers in our services. This approach to improvements builds upon the success of the Urban Forum Business Transformation Initiative completed last year. The initiative was recently recognized in the CHBA Municipal Benchmarking Study as best practice for improving municipal processes. Work is underway focusing on improvements for commercial permits and business licensing, thus enabling small business. Through a range of changes, these services will improve transparency and reliability with timelines better reflecting customer needs. We are working to reduce timelines in the ways most impactful to small businesses while recognizing the need for financial sustainability. We are completing this work while continue to provide core and supporting services and completing select improvements for residential customers. An example of completed improvements to the business license process include using a risk-based approach to reduce time required for steps and a change to the intake of the applications to maximize the use of our online system, benefiting both the customer and our staff. An important regulatory change is the renewal of the business license bylaw. The report outlines 35 recommendations and more information on the renewal that builds upon the details shared in May of last year. As with other improvements, the renewal improves the service to the benefit of small businesses. There are process improvements alongside these regulatory changes. The new business license bylaw is being drafted, and the business community, internal partners, and stakeholders will have an opportunity to review in early 2021. The intent is to provide the bylaw for adoption in July, with it coming into effect of September next year. Given the magnitude of the challenges facing Edmonton businesses and homeowners, the city is rapidly advancing both service improvements and regulatory changes to make it easier for businesses to be successful in our city. The improvements balance providing reliable and timely service while meeting legislative, regulatory, and safety requirements. Connect Edmonton and the city plan recognize that small businesses play are significant partners in Edmonton's economy and are important to the city's economic growth and vibrancy. Our team is committed to continuing this work to enable Edmonton's business community to be successful. Thank you, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I should have offered this briefing before the presentation, but now's as good a time as any before we hear from speakers. Just to orient all of our speakers, the way this will work today is, of course, we've had the presentation from administration, then members of the public will be invited to speak either in person or virtually using the Google Meet. Each of you, and some of you have been here before, but for those who haven't, you have 5 minutes to make your comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the room here. However, those attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home as well. When each speaker is finished, please stay in your seat or on the line, though, as committee may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel of speakers. After comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. And for those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, and even interfere with the live stream. So additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions, and if you're experiencing any difficulties at all, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those participating virtually. Please feel free to reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And finally, for those of us here in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. You may notice that members of council administration take off our masks from time to time, but while we're behind the plexiglass barriers, and we will put them back on when moving about the room or talking to each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in helping to keep everyone safe. So, briefing administered. Now we can hear from our panel of speakers. So, Mr. Shuchuk, come on down to the first spot in the panel over there, and Mr. McNichol, welcome. If you can find your way to another spot in the panel area, and then Ms. Sopovich, Mr. Adria, and Mr. Pai will join us remotely. So we'll just get everyone seated here in council chambers. All right, so Mr. Shuchuk, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Oh, let's make sure your mic's on though. Should be a little button. There we go. Go ahead, yep.
I shut it off. Mayor Iverson, respected councillors and guests, it's an honor to speak here today. And thank you. Thank you for acting swiftly at the onset of the pandemic. I'm a partner in a handful of restaurant and catering locations in Edmonton, as well as an export company, opening my first business in 2004. Without your quick decisions, support, and effective change of regulations, my business would not be here today. You have created an environment and provided supports that give me a fighting chance at surviving the worst economic disaster of our time. In a conversation I had with a member of your administration, I let them know that the changes to patio regulations saved my hospitality business. Point blank. An extra week, an extra month in making that decision would have rendered it useless. Employees would be out of jobs, a local landowner would be without a tenant, a major street would be a little quieter, and city revenues that pay for services would take one small incremental hit, but one of many. Pandemic aside, poor economies aside, we need to consider a reduction in regulations that put up obstacles for small businesses. A week can mean tens of thousands of dollars. I have worked supporting businesses with the former EDC and have experienced firsthand what a week can mean inside the City of Edmonton channels and outside in the business community. While someone waits to stamp an inevitable yes, not out of complacency or errors, but out of capacity, a business owner is wondering if they will have the capital to open. They are paying rent, utilities, they have hired staff. That individual has made a decision. They have taken a huge risk. Usually this risk does not involve false dreams of outlandish luxury purchases. They have actually bought themselves a job. They are creating jobs. And more importantly, they are building businesses that build the community, that attract the medium and large enterprises that Edmonton competes for on a global scale. We need to grow the momentum of City as partner in the success of business. Today, we are doing a good job at survive. Unfortunately, survival has a quick expiry date. In the wake of the pandemic, businesses are still going to close. Not because they failed, but they will close. We need to give the entrepreneurs the courage and the tools to rebuild. We need to give the next wave of entrepreneurs confidence. The grit is certainly there. We need to look forward and get past survive and an environment for businesses to thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and be heard.
Well, thank you very much for that feedback and for your resilience and leadership, Jimmy. It's great to have your voice here today. Thank you, and I'm sure there'll be some questions and follow-up. Mr. McNichol, go ahead.
Hello and good morning. It's a pleasure to be with Council today, and I'm honored to be here. I represent the commercial construction industry in the Edmonton region, and sometimes in Alberta and sometimes nationally we're involved. We employ 65,000 people. And I wanted the Council to be aware of a number of things that I think are worthy of celebration. I wanted to affirm some people, systems, and COVID response things. And I just wanted to generally be encouraging and make people aware of some good things, knowing that there's lots of difficulty. So I'd like to, first of all, emphasize that in the safety response of construction, we worked very hard. Construction sites have an awful lot of danger inherent in them, and that needs to be managed. And we have worked over the past decades to really increase safety on sites and to have less fatality, less injury, less death. And our work in that has been substantial and effective. When COVID struck, we were permitted to continue as an essential service, which we much appreciated. And of course, all those households dependent on those livelihoods are so thankful. But what I wanted you to know is that we got federal affirmation as an industry. So locally, provincially, and nationally, generally speaking, there's been a bit of shock that COVID outbreaks have not been occurring on construction sites in any statistically relevant manner. And it was everyone's expectation that that would happen. However, with all the energy that we put into it, we have been affirmed for our incredible record of safety. So I just wanted you to be aware, and that's true in Edmonton as well. So we're very proud of that. I also wanted to thank the city and the staff for all the work they've done in pivoting, in permitting, in video inspection, and in many, many elements that have been helpful. There's been 3,000 video inspections of construction sites since April. And this allows construction to move ahead at a normal pace, and there can be such frustration when you're held up, as my friend Tim Cartmell might know from his construction experiences. So today I wanted to thank the staff and all the effort that's been made to respond and be responsive to the needs of construction. Keeping our economy viable and helping in these ways is very significant. So I wanted to particularly thank Adam Laughlin, Jason Malifste, Michael Clue, Kim Petrin, Stephanie McCabe, Shannon Fitzsimmons, and Jesse Bamford. These are people we work very closely with. They're all sensible and responsible. And the sensible part should not be taken for granted. People who listen, who hear, and respond with their teams. And generally, we find their teams really want to help us. So I just wanted these positive words to be heard, because sometimes people don't get enough affirmation, in my opinion. Two other items. In regards to homelessness, our construction community wants to be very supportive. And there are people who have maybe created wealth in construction who want to give back. And I would think that perhaps in working together we could find some companies that would help with modular construction or other things in regards to the goal of eliminating homelessness in Edmonton. So we want to support that. Also, the zero emissions goals that we're moving towards and environmental care. There's some great leadership that's happened in Vancouver. We're very close to the VRCA, the Vancouver Regional Construction Association. They have partnered with the City of Vancouver and had many experiences. Some were successful and some were learning items, but I think our city could really benefit from the learnings of Vancouver, and we look forward to advancing this file working with the City of Edmonton. So we'd be happy to do that in the model of Vancouver. The VRCA is acting as a partner with the city to help in those goals, and particularly in educating the construction community for new process, new approaches, and efficiencies. And we need to do this together is all I'm saying. So with all these affirmations, I just wanted to say thank you for hearing me today. Thank you for your service as councillors and everything you do to support our city. It's very hard work, and it's hard in this environment to do your jobs. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for listening to me today.
Thanks, John. Really appreciate all those comments. Next is Marie Soprovich from CHBA. The Home Builders.
I'm here. Thank you. It's a privilege to follow up behind these two distinguished gentlemen. So good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Marie Soprovich, and I'm here on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. CHBA-ER is a not-for-profit organization that representing more than 470 member companies in the region. I'm the president of the association, and I'm also the founder of Aquarian Renovations. It is encouraging to see that the City of Edmonton continues to take the needs of small businesses, including those in the residential construction industry, into consideration. We appreciate the various initiatives outlined in this report, which improve permit and licensing services, and I am pleased to speak in support of this work today. The actions outlined in this report, which reduce the time and red tape associated with development permits and building permits, have had a direct impact on our members. From large-scale regulatory changes to changes in everyday business practices, I would like to highlight initiatives that have positively impacted our members. The regulatory shift to remove minimum parking requirements has provided greater flexibility for our members. Open parking allows for the residential construction industry to determine the correct amount of parking required for market demand on each project, and has streamlined the development review process. This has also helped to lower costs for builders and homeowners who no longer need to pay to provide unnecessary parking. Another change that has positively impacted the residential construction industry, especially during the pandemic, is remote video inspections. This improved service delivery has helped expedite the process while keeping employees safe. Remote video inspections have also helped to ensure that job sites were able to stay open, to ensure that projects move forward, and that Edmontonians who needed to move into their homes were able to do so. CHBA-ER has been actively involved in the zoning bylaw renewal initiative and looks forward to continued involvement as the zoning bylaw project proceeds. Immense progress has been made, and we commend the efforts of administration to meaningfully engage with CHBA-ER. We really thank you for that. Finally, we are particularly pleased with the progress that is happening with the upcoming zoning bylaw omnibus. The proposed amendments outlined in the zoning bylaw omnibus provide further opportunities to remove regulatory barriers to low risk and low impact development, make more efficient use of staff resources, and once again, enhance service delivery. We intend to offer our support to the zoning bylaw omnibus, which is presented at the Urban Planning Committee on October 27th, 2020. CHBA-ER takes pride in working with the council and administration as city building partners. This work is a display of what this partnership can achieve. We look forward to continuing our work together as we build an exceptional city and places people call home. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, Marie, and thanks for all of the input and constructive partnership with your association and members to help advance this work. It really has been impactful, so appreciate you joining us here this morning. Next up is John Adria from Uncle John's Fireworks.
Hello, we're a small chain of consumer fireworks retail stores in central and northern Alberta. We do the small community fireworks shows in Edmonton with budgets as small as $1,000, about 30 a year. I think we're the only Edmonton company left that does these very small shows. This report makes me really proud of my city. The things I've heard from the other speakers, it gives me hope for the future. It makes me excited about what we can do when we want to. And this is what we need. But the present for us has different. For our business, the greatest threat is not COVID-19 or the downturn in the economy. In June 2020, the Edmonton Consumer Fireworks Retailers retained a law firm who provided the city solicitor with a legal opinion that a regulation requiring our customers to get permits to purchase consumer fireworks was unlawful. This was after City of Edmonton legal counsel had told Edmonton Fire Prevention the same thing during consultations in January 2020. During those consultations, Edmonton Fire Prevention stated that they would work around the problem identified by the City of Edmonton legal counsel by tying this regulation to the business licenses of Edmonton retailers. That is, Edmonton businesses would have to agree to implement an unlawful regulation in order to retain their Edmonton business licenses. Our Edmonton store is in a strip mall at 156th Street and 111th Avenue. In January 2019, every retail tenant in the strip mall was given a letter telling us that none of us had permits for the signs over our doors and that fines start at $500. Ours is not a prosperous corner of Edmonton. At that time, the building was 40% empty. We've been there 11 years and have seen many businesses come and go. The building is 43 years old. The signs in question were constructed with the building in 1977, one over each tenant's door. Generations of tenants have come and gone and have just replaced the face of those existing signs, but no one ever got a permit. That meant that each of the current tenants had to obtain development permits too. About 1% of the development permits issued in Edmonton in 2019 were for our decades-old sign in our very little strip mall. One of the tenants is a new Canadian and believed that she could simply pay the $500 fine to avoid having to do the complex application. This lady works about 60 hours a week in her shop all year round, and English is difficult for her. Development application requires a scale drawing on cadastral aerial imagery. These drawings require specialized computer software and beyond the technical capabilities of most people. So I provided the drawings to the other tenants, and in the case of a hardworking immigrant lady who believed she could just pay a $500 fine, I did the entire application and submitted it on her behalf. I was thanked for that, but I still had to pay the penalties like the other tenants. Each of the tenants had to pay fees totaling $886 for each of our signs, including $440 of penalties. I don't believe this would change under the new bylaw. In January 2019, Edmonton's fire marshal announced that permission would be withheld for almost all fireworks shows in Edmonton using a technicality from the now expired Alberta Fire Code. But the same technicality has been included in Edmonton's new regulations, meaning this could happen again at any time. A change to bylaw 15309 in May 2020 would have resulted in new fees of about $20,000 per year charged to the nonprofits who are our customers, except the council intervened in June 22nd, though I'm not sure the mechanism to prevent those fees being charged. Since 2013, new charges have been added to that bylaw and have been described as increases to existing charges. The law firm we've retained in this matter has described documents presented to council as false and misleading, and the bylaw is subject to a court challenge. The bylaw was amended this way 4 times since 2013. One of the charges added in described as an increase to an existing charge, in fact, affects the construction industry, about $400 per permit. We've already seen the last Diwali fireworks show in Edmonton and the last fireworks show celebrating the end of Ramadan and Eid. Those shows are never coming back. They went safely for years. Needless harm has been done to those communities by Edmonton Fire Prevention and the City of Edmonton. This was done over the protests of councillors. If you give Edmonton Fire Prevention any power over our business licenses, the same thing will happen to us. I've watched a lot of city council meetings and had the opportunity of interacting with some councillors. Edmonton Mayor and Council are providing the leadership and modeling for the culture change we need within the City of Edmonton administration. Somehow you have to pass your vision for our city to all the City of Edmonton employees who actually make the many decisions that can have such a profound impact on the communities, the businesses, the nonprofits, and the life of our beloved Edmonton. I too would like to thank this committee for doing such visionary work. This really gives me hope in hearing what the other speakers have to say. Thank you so much.
Well, those are very, very kind comments, John. Thank you so much for that feedback. And I should note that ironically, the motion that generated this report was Councillor Hamilton's motion, so it's unfortunate she can't join us for today's discussion as a committee member, but credit where credit's due for initiating this particular conversation. So last but not least is Anand Pai from NAIOP Edmonton. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Ovison and members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anand Pai. I'm with NAIOP Edmonton, and we've been representing the commercial real estate development industry locally and lately a lot more provincially and nationally. So just wanted to share some comments and echo the comments of the other speakers. Early on in the pandemic, I think our industry was very concerned about construction stopping, and we're really happy to have avoided this. And that later we were working with the provincial government on ways that we could fund municipalities and other initiatives to keep the economy going. And we're also really interested in public health orders that allowed businesses to reopen and stay open safely. And I think the mask bylaw is one of those. And now we're really pleased that we're set up to continue that work. And that's why we wanted to come out today and say that even in the face of these very challenging economic times and the likelihood of them continuing, the City of Edmonton's made some great progress towards improving timelines and keeping the cost of business low. So from my perspective, the largest piece of red tape is the zoning bylaw, and we've seen great progress already in open option parking to the white papers that are coming out right now, as well as fewer permits required for patios. And we see just this consistent theme of reducing regulations. And so check-ins like this are a really great opportunity to see how far we've come and where we're going. We've also been particularly interested, as I said, in open option parking. And we see this as the first in some major new zoning bylaw improvements that are coming down the pipe. We've also been working on surface level targets for the last several years for permit timelines and timelines overall. And I'm happy to report that there's significant improvements happening here that you can see and behind the scenes. Getting concierge service for large commercial and industrial projects was an important win here. That was that happened last year. And we've seen a lot of work behind the scenes on making things online that are going to have timeline improvements happening over the next several years. So in summary, I just wanted to say we've seen great progress on a number of fronts. We have the right people and the right culture at the City of Edmonton. And even though we have some challenging times ahead, we have to keep our foot on the gas on all these initiatives. So thanks very much for the opportunity to speak, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you all for your submissions today. Really appreciate it. And I'm sure there will be some questions. Councillor Walters, you'd selected the item, so go ahead.
Thanks. I do have a couple of questions of the speakers. Firstly, thank you to all of you for taking the time to come in. It's a great way to start a Monday to hear all those positive comments, mainly about our excellent City of Edmonton staff. So maybe Mr. Pai, I'll start with you. When you talked about the promise of the zoning bylaw renewal, maybe say a little bit more about what you anticipate in terms of how that can enable development of larger commercial and even I know you're not necessarily representing the residential sector, but you can speak to it, I think, from some experience. How those large sites, which tend to be very complicated and burdened by complexity and red tape, how the zoning bylaw renewal may make it a little easier to achieve some of those goals.
So overall, I think the principles in the zoning bylaw to make the zoning bylaw easier to understand and simpler overall has been really positive, and our folks have been saying that. On the commercial and industrial side, making fewer zones, allowing for more uses within each zone is really important. That'll lead to fewer changes of use and more time for administration. And then on the largest sites, having open option parking, allowing retail sites to redevelop with a mix of vertical residential development on some of the underused parking in infill sites, I think is going to be key. So in all of those areas, I think you'll see fewer barriers to development and redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Shuchuk, thanks to you as well for your submission, and I appreciate how challenging this has been for your industry. So thanks for your strength. As the mayor said, your resilience is inspiring. One of the criticisms I guess I hear from time to time is, when things get complicated or when people are trying new things in any particular industry, that's where we kind of get into a little bit of trouble. So where an industry is innovating, and I wonder about the food services industry and the business you're in, where people are trying new things. Maybe talk about your experience with our approach and our response to things that we're unfamiliar with, per se.
Thank you for that. I would go immediately to, the extended patios, which kept a lot of, as I was saying, kept a lot of businesses alive. So that really kind of going street side, one, you put in some seating that was displaced by people not wanting to dine indoors, people wanting to enjoy the Edmonton summer. So that certainly was a help. And then the swiftness that happened was amazing. So that would be one area where businesses are really trying to adapt, where it helped, where there was no obstacle or pushback from administration and regulation at the onset of that. I think we need to get a little bit more forward-looking. Being on 104th Street downtown, some of that half-hour parking relaxation at the meters is helpful in terms of delivery and curbside. We don't want to pass on the charge to a customer to pay for parking as well as to pick up their meal. And I think that's certainly going to be prominent in these winter months as the weather gets colder. And I know some businesses that are looking at some, we'll call it tenting or some outdoor structures that they can erect outside. And, what does that look like from a permitting and the ability to do that for the winter months to allow some outdoor dining. It's a fine line for me. I think there's a little bit of, once it hits a certain temperature, people just aren't leaving the house. But there's those middle days where I think there can be a lot of benefit.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Ms. Soprovich, one of the comments in the What We Heard report talked about the city becoming a little more faceless. That's something that struck out for me in terms of how it deals with some of these challenges. I wanted, and I'm going to ask it, our staff about that as well. But I wanted you to comment on that in terms of the kinds of relationships that you feel your industry has, like human-to-human relationships versus in terms of problem solving versus everything online. So maybe just comment on the balance between those two things.
Yeah, well, I think we've all done a good job, and I believe the city really has too, as far as having the face-to-face meetings, even if they are on Zoom or on this Google platform. I think we are hungry for those connections and conversations. So we're doing our best, and we feel heard by the city, and we're really grateful for that opportunity to engage in the conversation. So right now, we're really pleased with how the relationships have deepened, and that we feel we're being heard and invited to have meetings with city councilors and to work on projects. And we're bringing the best of our industry forward to answer the questions that need to be answered. So right now, there's a lot of gratitude in what's moving forward. So we're just really wanting to continue that, because we really, truly are on the same team as far as wanting to create good things for our city and our residents here.
Good. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank our speakers, Jimmy, John, Marie, John, and Anand. That was a remarkable half an hour. I've been around City Hall too long, and the consistent story was permitting took too long. So I suspect that we will see very positive complimentary columns about the city from Lauren Gunter and David Staples this week, because they're, of course, astute people and will recognize that they maybe have been wrong at times. But maybe they were right in the past, so I'll give them that. So why has this happened, do you think? It probably has something to do with culture, or I suspect maybe recognizing there's wisdom in industries that the city had to tap in. And I know we have remarkable people. You know, starting with Adam Laughlin and Stephanie McCabe and Kim Petrin and their staffs. But why were we able to crack through this barrier, do you think? And anybody who wants to chip in, Anand, I know you've been working on this for a while. Do you have any thoughts on why we've been able to crack this nut?
No, I agree with you. I honestly do think it's the people. It's you folks translating some of the being able to understand when things come through that are one-offs to things that can be dealt with by policy, and then having the people in place, as you say, like Stephanie and Kim, Jeff, and others that are able to translate that into policy. So I agree.
Couple things more specifically. John McNichol, we did some outreach into the business community. I think we talked to pretty close to 50 people to pick their brains on homelessness. Was the Construction Association involved? And I apologize, you might have been, and I just don't remember, or because if we missed you, that is a big miss on our part, and I would like to try to fix that somehow. But do you know if you were involved in our Made in Edmonton initiative, as we called it?
I believe some of our people were there. However, our association was not able to be at the time, just with other happenings. But we appreciate that there'll need to be creativity in the space, and I think we could probably be more engaged in the conversation and try and be more helpful, particularly in understanding resources that are across the country that might be accessible, and people that have a passion for that. I think we could do more research that would poll our people to say who among you would like to really give some energy to this, and I think there'll be some people come forward.
Well, I'm one of very, very few people who have read the draft report, and I can tell you there's remarkable offers of innovation and creativity from Edmonton's business community, and I'm hoping that we're all going to have an opportunity to read it soon. Now, John Adria, I wanted to ask you this question because I think a lot of regulation is about balancing risk. And I know in my journalism career, I wrote about a horrible fire caused by fireworks, but not caused by a festival or an event. It was hijinks by kids. But how do you feel like we have been overcompensating for risk? Just give me your thoughts on how we balance risk with initiatives like yours.
Yeah, first off, was that incident with the children, was that in the early 70s in Edmonton involving the Hammer children?
You know, with St. Albert.
Yes, St. Albert, that's correct, yes. Yeah, so that incident, sorry, that incident.
One of the kids that I will never forget.
Yeah.
The power of that day interviewing that kid.
Yeah. In fact, my family knew the Hammer children. So that happened in 1973 in St. Albert. The incident was that there were some children camping in a backyard and some other children threw some firecrackers. Yeah. And and there was those fire. So as a result of that incident, firecrackers have been banned. And so in Canada, when a firework causes any kind of incident like that, it becomes banned. So there's many things that are legal in the US where there's a horrible tradition of injuries that are simply not legal in Canada. And that's how the federal regulator has already done this balancing. So in fact, stuff like firecrackers that cause a lot of problems, stick rockets, anything that explodes on the ground, that's all illegal in Canada. Same way, they're very much limited in size. So none of those things can happen anymore. If you see a firecracker, somebody brought that from the US. So in Canada, I think we've done a good job of balancing that. So what that means is in Toronto, for example, the fireworks that are denied to our Diwali communities after many decades of safe use, you can use them without a permit in your backyard on Canada Day. So I think in Canada, we've done a good job of balancing it. Edmonton, we are way, way past that balance. In fact, in Edmonton, we treat consumer fireworks, which are legal to be used by children when supervised by an adult, okay, or legal by any adult. In Edmonton, we treat them the same way we treat high hazard fireworks, which the federal regulator notes can cause death and serious injury. Consumer fireworks, the federal regulator says are safe to use, but in Edmonton, we essentially treat them both the same. In fact, sir, in many situations, the regulations for high hazard fireworks in Edmonton are more lax than those for consumer fireworks. So, which is, we've been literally told when we aren't allowed to do a consumer fireworks show, the thing that, in Toronto you can do in your backyard, instead we should do a high hazard show. And we've said, no, that's too dangerous. But that's where we are in Edmonton. We're really out of balance between what the federal regulator would say and practice across the rest of the country.
Miles, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Thanks for all of the presentations today. First to Mr. Shuchuk, you made mention of tenting. And can you just describe that in a little bit more detail? What is it that you're talking about? Are we talking about just sort of awnings? Are we talking about, bigger structures?
I think for the most part, there's businesses that are looking at erecting some type of temporary structure larger than what would be a 10 by 10 tent that was allowed with the temporary guidelines. So something a little bit bigger that can be a little bit more stable and larger for a storefront patio during the winter months. So not necessarily an awning, something that is, I guess, semi-permanent. And not necessarily coming off the building. There might, I'm not quite in tune with the awning side of it. There's probably individuals that are looking at that, but certainly the temporary covering to protect people from snow or sleet, that they can still dine outside.
So something a bit more robust than
an event tent per se.
Than a canopy you'd see at a farmer's market, kind of.
100%, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I wonder if it's getting caught in that becomes more of a structure and less of a temporary covering.
Yeah,
but maybe that's a
thanks
question
to
I can ask.
John for cueing me here. He's mentioned the word scaffolding, which is like it. And I think I can't remember if it's Chicago or New York right now that is allowing scaffolding and on storefront areas outside that's a little bit more structured, that's properly covered and whatnot, that can allow, for stronger structure.
Okay, so maybe that's a question to ask. And then my other question I had was for Mr. McNichol. You made mention, sir, of zero emission goals and the Vancouver model, and I wonder if you could just dig into that a little bit more.
Yes, Vancouver seeks to be number one in North America as a city in zero emissions and the rate at which they achieve that. So they're being very aggressive. In that aggressiveness, they tried to come up with solutions. They put out like an RFP to say, we want people to give us ideas and a response. And eventually the VRCA was able to gather all the experts of industry, design community, et cetera, and put them together in a group to say, we will work with the city to advance the zero emissions agenda. And then that group became educational, creating conferences, seminars, doing all kinds of work that really created an arm's length from the city, but still a partnership, which I think was a good model for advancing the goals. And some of the challenges are really finding a balance for the spend and the budget and the goals and defining them and then working on it together and understanding new technologies, new approaches, new efficiencies in construction that are evolving. So with all these variabilities and complexities, there's still the city staff involved, but it's not necessarily led by them. It's the entire group that includes some staff. And I think it's a very collaborative approach, and I think we could steal it, if you like, or take their
Emulate it?
lead and bring it to our community. And I think as well, I'm very close to the people involved. Fiona Famulak, for instance, is the president of the VRCA. And she's able to tell me quite candidly, here are the things that if I were to do it again, I would improve. And her help has been enormous. And I think I would be happy to work with the city and with her help and others to sort of help our group move ahead in those goals that we have.
So my understanding is the National Energy Code is working more or less to a 2030 goal of net zero, not necessarily zero emissions, but net zero. Do you know if that Vancouver model accelerates that timeline?
They are working on that. There are some goals they're trying to hit by 2025, yes, but there's a struggle. Generally, the goals are higher than what they feel they'll be able to achieve, but they're not dropping the goal. They're saying, well, let's still shoot for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm hearing you say is that there's more of a, perhaps call it a structured collaboration between the building industry and the regulatory authority in Vancouver than we have here, and that we might model that.
Yes, and with all respect, it allows no one to be angry at the city for the people that are in leadership and to say, well, industry and others have chosen these people, and that arm's length situation is helpful.
Thank you. Thanks, Ruben.
Great to be here. Thank you.
I want to follow up on that in a minute because I think that's intriguing, and we'll also come back to that in a couple of weeks with the report that got postponed today. But I want to start with the pandemic situation and your comments, John, that we haven't seen outbreaks on construction sites, and Jimmy as well. We haven't also seen them in hospitality. So there was a lot of fear, and in other cities there have been lots of issues with bars and with some restaurants, but our industry, both construction and hospitality, have been phenomenally diligent so far. What do you think it is that has contributed to that? Is it cultural? Is it regulatory? Is it safety commitment?
Yes,
what do you think? What do you think it is?
A fear of being shut down, a fear of construction ending forever, and everyone in the entire staff realizing this is serious. Those that don't are tuned in because we have safety supervising professionals who were already in place, wandering around the site, looking at all the dangers every day, having a meeting saying, see that danger? We will not be climbing up there until that's secured. We will not be doing this. And so there's a responsible, accountable person for safety on site. So when a person is in task and has their head down and is likely to make safety errors, there's actually eyes on those situations, reports and disciplines related to exceptional performance, not unlike a hospital in the way that they handle germ management. So I think the intensity and professionalism of the construction community and their fear of losing their jobs has created an appropriate, helpful response, and it's been amazingly effective.
Well, and I think being a construction town, many more people on average, either themselves or in their family, have had that kind of training. I mean, I did my summer in the oil patch, and you get that drilled into you, right?
Yes.
And so maybe that is a differentiator for our community. And I don't know if that translates directly, but I mean, likewise, the OH&S rules are strong for restaurants and bars to begin with. A lot of the hygiene requirements are similar. But Jimmy, I'd be curious, what's your comment on that same question?
Yeah, I would echo a lot of John's thoughts. I also think, much like construction and hospitality, you're kind of hardwired to keep people safe. Safe food regulations, safe consumption of alcohol. So when the pandemic regulations came into place, it wasn't that much of a shift mentally for our industry to say, let's continue to keep people safe by what's been put in front of us through through the regulations. So I think when it's hardwired as a culture, and then you add fear as another element of it, is we're days away from losing a business. I think everyone's done a great job of being on board.
Well, there are good rules that make sense, that are self-evident and can be trained, and that's the good red tape, I guess, of food safety regulations, construction site safety regulations. But then there's the motivation to really make sure that they stick. So I think there's going to be a huge safety culture uptick for all of us in the long run after this, but no doubt in the meantime, it's really challenging. It does add extra cost as well, and so we've tried to help out with that. I don't know, Jimmy, if you've had a chance to apply for the Economic Recovery Grant or get any of that support from the city for PPE or Plexi or whatever you need in your businesses.
We have, and thank you for that. It's, with margins being thin coming out of people soon forget what the economy was in January now that we're dealing with a pandemic, but yeah. With sales being down and margins being thin, it's of huge help when those extra costs are there.
So likewise on the patio piece, I see that. I appreciate the feedback on that, and I too am really grateful for how quickly staff moved on that, and I think we need to be equally, if not more, creative and flexible for winter. Have you had any opportunity to talk with the BIA about shared space, maybe in one of the parks, just kitty corner up the road from you, or other opportunities to semi-close in and look at shared space? Because I think we've asked the city to work with the BIAs, who in turn work with the businesses to understand what the needs and flexibility might be, or similarly close, maybe not the arterial road, but a side street to erect some kind of with scaffolding or some other kind of structure. And I'll just add, and then both of you can comment, that a couple of years ago, I don't know if you remember, in Churchill Square, there was that initiative where there was a bunch of scaffolding erected and then wrap put around it and then heating put in. And people didn't kind of get it at the time, but I'm thinking, that's the sort of thing that we may need to deploy in our BIAs, maybe as a venue for restaurants to get together. I don't know if that's the answer, but I'd be curious, both of you, your suggestions on and reaction to something like that, starting with you, Jimmy, and then John.
Yeah, it is an opportunity. We have had those conversations, and a quick shout out to Jeff Chase and Adam Shamchik, who we work closely with. They've been phenomenal. We've had those conversations, something we're looking at. On that note, and I think the point you made about people not getting that scaffolding, there's a fundamental change in the way the diner is thinking and the way our customer thinks. And we've had live music and a full patio on 4 degrees outside, which never would have happened last year. So looking at some of those opportunities, there's certainly businesses that are more, by what they do and what they serve, are more adaptable, and those areas are more conducive to the operation that they know. But it is something we need to be exploring, not only individually as businesses, but collaboratively as businesses, where maybe a few businesses in a certain area can get on board and facilitate these types of areas.
I would add that
just turn on your microphone.
I would add that in the entrepreneurial spirit of construction, there are people who have, for instance, made a great deal of success in providing protection and everything around the stores and all kinds of things. In the same way, the creativity of both the restaurant owner and the construction team to say, well, maybe we could do this to achieve these new goals, which might be outdoor music with spacing such and all these things. All I would say is that the creativity and problem-solving ability of our people is high. One of the difficulties might be to have a responsiveness, and as I said earlier, the staff, I think, are ready to work with us, but as they change the way things are done and come up with ideas that have not previously been executed, we may need a flexibility and an open conversation, and in order to have these restaurants have construction items that are just very unusual. And I think in our creativity, it would be great to help and support our citizens with those creative answers and be good at that creative process.
Well, thank you. I realize I've neglected the folks who are with us virtually. I've got another round of questions that will come to them, but others? Any other questions? Okay, then maybe start my time again. So, Ms. Soprovich, and I think Mr. Pai, you kind of echoed this as well. I can't remember which one of you said that the zoning bylaw is the biggest piece of red tape that there is at the city, and I don't disagree. But I'm not sure, because we've had some concerns recently come into us about HVAC issues, for example, which are building and safety code, which we have to administer, and they're pretty significant regulatory frameworks, but we don't have as much control over those. So fair to say that the regulatory framework we have the most control over is the zoning bylaw. Mm-hmm. And so you're satisfied, and you've had an opportunity, both of you, to work with the city so far on the zoning bylaw review?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, so we have Paul Lanny from Edmonton who's been working with the city, and given his background, he's on the board of directors, to really talk from a bigger builder's perspective and what that zoning bylaw renewal means for the long-term investment for home builders and builders that are doing bigger projects is huge. So we are pleased with where that's going, and we're just really grateful to be at that table to talk about it. So I think for specifics, he'd be a better person to be talking about the exact conversations. But it really does matter to us when we're able to share and be heard as to how it impacts our industry and the long-term planning for the businesses that belong to the Canadian Home Builders Edmonton region. So we're grateful for that.
And we'll get into the specifics more at committee when it comes forward. But Anand, you're connected into that work as well?
Yeah, for sure. I know at the beginning I was a little bit restless because it's a long timeline, but we've found that it's been really useful to have the white papers come out publicly for anybody to review, including our members, and but anybody from the public in tranches, so that we can really have a minute to take a look at and provide commentary on each of those white papers. So some are more relevant and some are less relevant to us, and so that's been really useful, as well as I know that team is working behind the scenes on what the structure looks like, so that it's implementable right from the time that they're presenting it. So that's been really good consultation.
And that's where we rely both on input from your members and organizations and on the technical acumen of city staff. But to John's earlier point about setting the outcome and having clarity around that, and a number of you talked about clear expectations from council and a culture around that. Do you have a sense that the outcomes are clear around streamlining the usability of it, both for people looking to build or renovate in the city, but also ease of administration for city staff, so that it's more straightforward, so that then becomes an input to the other outcome we're looking for, which is shorter cycle times on permit review? Do you get the sense that those outcomes are clearly shared by everyone involved in the process, including industry?
I think they are. I think that we're making great progress. So they're shared, the conversations are started, the relationships are better than they've ever been. If we have questions or concerns, we're being asked, we know who we can go to at the city to say, hey, have you thought about this? So it's really encouraging. So, crisis, we never want to waste a good crisis. I think the creativity, as John McNichol is talking about, is ripe. And when we're up against how are we going to go forward, and how do we build to the plan that the city has for where Edmonton's going, what's our part in it, what are we looking at the energy transition strategy? There are a lot of things on the table right now. And I know our association is really engaged in being active participants in making it work. So the workability and the conversations are so important, and that's where we're at. So it's a good thing.
Well, that's I'm really glad to hear that. And John, back to you and looping back to the high-performing buildings conversation. I think that's what you were getting at was, we got to work together to define a shared outcome, but then figure out not how to prescribe the pathway from a regulatory standpoint as the city, as a regulator, especially since we don't have all the levers, because building and safety we can influence it, but it's not in our control. But really figuring out how to unleash industry's creative capacity to define multiple pathways, test them, compete, but all as long as we're agreeing to that same goal. And in climate terms, we're going to talk about that more specifically next week. But I guess can you expand on, are we talking about the same thing there in terms of making sure we don't prescribe outcomes and leveraging capacity and engaging industry to do that?
Yes, and I believe the problems are in the new. When there's a new approach for how you might build a building, and you have people saying, well, that's not how it's been done. And we don't have the ability to approve that plan because we've never seen anything like it. It doesn't make sense to us. So that's the difficulty of getting it through.
So we got to have capacity to
Yes.
support that innovation in a timely fashion, not
Yes,
penalize.
and a city employee can feel tied to the instruction they've received from their employer. You must be sure that all these things are done. And when somebody says, well, I have a brand new idea, it doesn't fit any of those concepts or codes, the answer is, well, I'm sorry, that you need to fit the code. So you, in essence, have to work in historical ways as opposed to anything new. So it's the new that needs attention and care in order to be progressive, and the city will struggle. In addition, we want our city to be, I think, a global leader in these types of initiatives, and to be able to have new ways of building, new ways of designing, and our architects and other designers will take us to those spaces, but only if it's allowed. And often they feel hamstrung by the limitations of code and design, and sort of needing to design yesterday's building once again as opposed to something new. I think the city could really help with that. I also wanted to say that the signs process, I meant to say this earlier, some of our construction people who erect the signs and signage have been working with the city to develop more efficiency in the permitting process for signs in their construction. And in my understanding, that group have moved a 60-day process down to 30 days. And again, I want to affirm the city for that. In the same spaces of environmental building and sustainable buildings and new approaches to building, I'd like to come back someday and say the story is, yes, we have really progressed in new ways of building, and we're doing new things that are global leadership in what's going on. And I think in order to do that, you have to have a courage, or people that are willing to have adaptability to new things. And that's the most difficult thing, I think, on the city side.
Thanks for those comments. Councillor Carmel, go ahead.
Thank you. So, John, just kind of one more on that, a bit of that theme you're just speaking to. So you're here today, and you're very positive and encouraging of the steps that the city has made. You know, the example you just cited, sign permits from 60 days to 30.
Yep.
But there's members of your association that continue this narrative that permits are hard, permits take too long. The biggest problem I have is getting a permit. So, forgive me, but it's a bit of a mixed message between what you're bringing on behalf of your members and what some of your members bring individually. Can you speak to that?
Yes. So the times of frustration are real, and some of our members get stuck. Sometimes it might be related to on the city side, frustrations, or on the capacity of that company to understand how to work with the city, and to build the relationship and to engage and to be in good process. So We're working on our side to help our members be effective in the way that they engage the city and crisis and issues, frustrations, etc. So we listen and try and bring that to all the city staff and the meetings we have. But I can tell you, we had a meeting and one of our senior people of Dawson Wallace, he said, our people will always complain in the meeting. And he said, but I want to tell you that this online permitting is really going well and it's impressive. And no matter what happens, like now that these sign guys are at 30 days, they're going to be saying, well, why can't we get it done in 15?
Right, yeah.
So that pressure will be endless. And I don't mean to lessen the impact of any of our members that might be upset or concerned. So you can encourage them to continue to use the association to speak for them and to understand and help with those concerns. I think that's the idea of us all working together. The collaboration is something that we're really trying to encourage and enable.
You anticipated my next question, so thank you. Thanks for your comments and thanks for being here today.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for our panelists? Councillor Walters, go ahead.
So just one additional one for Mr. Pai. We had done some pilot projects with some of large industrial sites over the last couple of years that got some good grades. And maybe can you comment on, the continuation of the success of the timing that we achieved in those pilot projects? Are you seeing it continue, or is it still a bit sluggish?
That's a really good question. I was thinking about that in preparing for today. It's difficult to assess because there are very few of those projects, it's difficult to assess. And then now with COVID, are we seeing lower timelines because we have less volume overall? So I think it'll take a little bit longer to shake that out. But I agree that it's important to continue to have the set timelines that people understand and keep making them shorter. And the 45-day timeline that we achieved was good, not just as a news story, but rather as a kind of standard that we should strive to.
Right, and in the spirit of it becoming a standard, I think one of the things we learned from those pilots is that we actually needed to design the system around what the needs of the applicant were in terms of their financing, in terms of, partnership investment, the things that if we don't get our permits out the door in time, that investment leaves or doesn't come. So maybe a comment on.
We're definitely seeing that more now with the difficulties in financing and just a more difficult financing structure for new projects. So definitely now's the time to keep on it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions for the panelists? Just finally, a thanks to John for those comments about housing. We'll follow up on that further to Councillor McKean's line of questioning, but really appreciate your support on that. Okay, let's turn to questions of City Administration on the report. Councillor Walters, you'd selected it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just joking that Ms. McCabe could probably take the rest of the week off now after that kind of testimony from the public. And she won't, I know she won't. And so maybe Ms. McCabe to start with, there is, that was all really positive, and I wanted to kind of amplify that in thanking you and everybody in your team for the excellent work in this area. One of the things I did want to ask about is, and it came up a little bit in the presentations, is when things are new and when things get complex, inherently those things are going to get a little more challenging, and maybe we're not going to be as nimble in our response and creative in our response as some people would like. How do we prepare our culture or create the kind of culture that's really open to adaptation in industry and innovation in industry in terms of how we work with them? So maybe just a general question like that to start with.
Councillor Walters, thanks for that question and thanks for the feedback. And if I just may take a moment to say thank you to everybody in the department who's been committed to enabling business to thrive. That is something that we need to continue to infuse in our culture in the department. And I think, your question about innovation and continuing to enable that, I think what's key for that, for me as a leader, is that we take the simple things that can be and we use technology in order to enable that, so that we can take the great skills that we have in the department and have people work on the more complex applications and the more complex things, so that they can use their creativity to be able to find new ways to help businesses thrive in Edmonton. So for me, that's all about looking at the zoning bylaw, looking at the work that we've done with the safety codes and the artificial intelligence model that we've implemented, and finding ways where we can use technology to do the simple, more routine things, and using really people's skills to do the more challenging things.
Okay, I think that's it's a very astute answer that I appreciate a lot. I wanted to ask, and this is maybe, I don't know how you could answer this, but it's on my mind, is the role that other partners play in supporting this work and in red tape reductions, such as EPCOR. Now, your administration, your team doesn't compel EPCOR to be as nimble necessarily as you're trying to be, but maybe as much as you can, just comment on. And I use them as an obvious example, but there's others that we rely, other utility providers, for example, that we rely on sometimes that we have no control over. So how do we deal with that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that I'm very committed to. I often say that city building is a team sport, and I absolutely am committed to that. And when we work together as a team, we get better outcomes for Edmontonians. So you'll see some of our city building partners here today speaking to that culture, and that's something I know as an executive team, when we have executive to executive level meetings with EPCOR, that we talk about our open for business approach and how we can work together. I think we can improve with EPCOR, and I'm committed to continuing to work with them. I know they have a new senior VP, and him and I have had a number of meetings, and we've started to have conversations about, well, here are the city's policy goals, and how can we work together in order to accomplish those policy goals.
I asked, thank you for that. So I'd also ask Mr. Pai about the progress on the pilot process to get to 30 to 45 day permits for larger industrial projects. And I know his answer was true that it's hard to assess, particularly because of COVID in some ways, but maybe just an update from you on how that's going. I know we've talked about it in the past, but if there's any new learnings from it that you'd like to highlight.
Yeah, I'm really proud of the work that our client liaison unit does under Kim Petrin's leadership. I think they've done amazing work. And what is really key for that work is that it is a shared accountability, that when somebody shows up, that we're here to work with them. Up front, we ask, what are your timelines? What's your critical path? And how do we work on those key milestones together? I'm going to share some successes, but I think what's most important to know in those successes is that it is an engaged developer who's holding their consultants accountable, as well as on the city side having an engaged team. So a few examples, we've got a $20 million plastics recycling and manufacturing facility that was investing here in Edmonton, and their initial permits were approved within 30 days from time of application. We have a $20 million pharmaceutical storage and distribution facilities, and their initial permits were approved within 41 days from date of application. And a $7 million brewery expansion, where the footing and foundation permits were approved in 13 days. And those successes are the types of successes that we love to share, so thank you for that opportunity.
Good, thank you. I'll have a second round to Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
I can't disagree with the prioritization of the brewery at all. Councillor McKean?
Thank you. And first of all, Stephanie, I really think this is an amazing day, to me anyways, to hear this kind of praise from the business community, our partners in civic building and the business community. So congrats to Adam and you and all your staff who work on this stuff. So the one that drove me crazy in the past, and this was an outlier, was somebody using a shipping container, dropping a shipping container in to do something. In one case, it was for a neighborhood for storing play materials for kids. The other one was to do an event And I think, if I remember correctly, it was like, how do we treat this? Is it we wanted to treat it, I think, like a permanent structure, and it caused a lot of problems. So that's the kind of innovative practice or outlier that I think as a community we've struggled with before. And are we going to be, do you think, more capable to deal with an issue like that? Somebody's dropping a shipping container in to do a pop-up restaurant for the summer. Are we going to be able to deal with that in more astutely and quicker?
Councillor McKean, that's the goal. We want those types of really creative, interesting ideas that really make our city more lively. That's the type of stuff I think that's really exciting for us as city builders. And so that does mean that we have to look at risk differently. We have to absolutely still have the right level of red tape in place to make sure that those things operate safely. But we need to look at it with that risk-based lens. If it is a temporary structure, what is the risk and what is the opportunity there if we do accept risk differently? So we're working on that through the department and in the corporation, and they're not always easy, but we're committed to finding ways to work with businesses to make Edmontonians thrive and businesses thrive in our city.
So yeah, risk is what we're talking about today, I think, and I am going to ask you a really difficult question, and we'll see if Adam jumps in to save you on this. Is there a message to council? Because risk means occasionally something will go wrong, and there'll be a story in the paper, and council has a lot of influence over red tape over time. I would think that maybe has had the majority of influence over regulations and red tape over time. So do you have a message to us about accepting some risk or some mistake or some problems down the road?
Councillor McKean, I will let Adam jump in if he wants to, but I think I go back to my message about city building as a team sport, and that's a team sport for administration and council as well, and that our regulations should work to enable development in Edmonton. And as a result of that, that means that we both need to look at risk differently. On me as an administrator to make sure that we bring to you what the risk is associated with the recommendations that we bring forward. And when we bring what the risks are, what's the opportunity if you accept that risk? So that you can make decisions that enable us to do things differently. And then when something does go wrong, that we have each other's back. In terms of we brought you the information and you understood what the opportunity was associated with that. And if we have to continually have that learning culture, if something does go wrong, that we look to that we bring you recommendations about where we do perhaps need to take a step back and tighten things up in a different way.
Yeah, I think of the how much time we've spent on infill and the potential for an excavation to cause problems to the neighboring properties. And administration has told us time and again that is really a private-to-private relationship, and that's been a real struggle for us. So that's where the rubber will hit the road. And so what I think you're saying, and tell me if I have this wrong, some of this will develop over time, but we're going to try to balance risk so that we're not hampering our own goals around building a more compact city or having a vibrant city and an innovative city in regards to business, new technology use, all that stuff.
Councillor McKean, that is some of what I'm saying. And on the infill for excavations, that's a conversation we'll have another day, but what we really need to get very good at is compliance for the people who are not following the rules when we have the right level of rules in for the right amount of red tape. So that's a bit of it's a complexity for sure, and we need to make sure that we're using data in order to inform those decisions and make sure that we've got really good compliance. And on the flip side, that your regulation shouldn't be tailored to the lowest common denominator, that it should really be enabling businesses and Edmontonians to thrive and invest in their properties.
Right. Thank you very much.
If I could just add, Councillor McKean, to your earlier question, with innovation, the chance of failure increases. And so our role as regulatory is to ensure that we're doing everything we can to understand the risks implement the appropriate mitigations for those risks. But recall when we presented on innovation previously at other council meetings that as you pursue innovation, your chances of failure do go up. So maybe to be more direct, I would say if you're pursuing innovation, there does have to be an appetite for some failure. Our effort will be to minimize that as much as possible, but it will happen.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Thanks, Stephanie.
So we're starting to eat into the 11 a.m. time specific, and this is a really good discussion, so I don't want to upend it. On the other hand, there is some urgency, I think, around the other discussions. So I'm going to suggest that we pause this and come back to it, because it will still be worth discussing when we do get back to it. So apologies that some of you will have to pause and come back. But I think we should address 7.1 in private at this time, and if we get it done quickly, we'll finish before lunch on this, and if we don't, then we'll pick it up after the other items. So I'll take a motion right now, subject to section 21 and 24 of FOIP, which are disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations and advice from officials, to get further information on the temporary accommodation update.
So moved.
Referred here from council. Thank you, Councillor Walters. Please, I'll just seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to going in private for that? No? Then we'll take a moment Vote at 1:30, is that easier to just put everything back online, or do you want to do it now?
It'll just take us a moment to get
Okay.
back online.
Okay, let us know. Yeah, we'll, oh, I suppose, yeah, well, we could check to see if are there any questions on 6.5? You'd selected it. Do you have questions on 6.5?
I only selected it to cross-reference it.
Okay, well, let's just double check that.
Just get moving.
Are we back online? Scott, did you have questions on 6.5 at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Then perhaps we can deal with that as well, once we're back in business. We're back? Just gotta wait for the doors to be opened in the locked building. Speaking of red tape.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we're back online. I'll take the motion to receive 7.1 for information. Councillor McKean?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
And keep in private, subject to section 21 and 24. I'll just check unanimous consent on that. Any objection? Not hearing any. And then Councillor Walters, do you want to do the motion on 6.5?
Sure. Happy to move it, unless Councillor McKean wants to move it.
I figure split this between the two housing initiative leads, but are you okay with that, Scott?
I am totally okay with that.
All right. Can you read that in?
Yes, I can. I'll move that a single source agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Willow Street Services Society up to a maximum of $2,429,789.33 be to provide operational services at the temporary accommodation at the Edmonton Convention Center, as outlined in Attachment 1 of the October 26, 2020 Citizen Services Report CS00130 be approved, and that the agreement be in a form and content acceptable to the City Manager. Number 2, that a single source agreement between the City of Edmonton and Bissell Center up to a maximum of $4,380,826.64 to provide operational services at the temporary accommodation at the Edmonton Convention Center as outlined in Attachment 2 of the October 26, 2020 Citizen Services Report CS00130 be approved, and that the agreement be in a form and content acceptable to the City Manager. And number 3, that a single source agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Mustard Seed Society up to a maximum of $1,689,384.03 to provide operational services to the temporary accommodation at the Edmonton Convention Center as outlined in Attachment 3 of the October 26, 2020 Citizen Service Report CS00130 be approved, and that the agreement be in a form and content acceptable to the City Manager. And that number 4, that Attachment 5 remain private pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials, and Sections 27, privileged information of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Boom. Thanks for turning all this around, and thank you to our agency partners for mobilizing so quickly. Any other comments before we vote?
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I did want to say that too. I want to thank administration and our community partners for working so hard in these really difficult times to look after our most vulnerable and wounded citizens who are sleeping rough in our community, and they deserve our support and our compassion. Some of those folks that are out there in our community are really, really wounded and really ill, suffering from the illness of addiction as well as their underlying conditions. And it is my hope that Alberta Health Services and the provincial government will also step up to find ways to better compassionately treat and look after those folks as well. So I think we need all hands on deck, and that includes our friends at the provincial government to step up as well to look after these folks. And it's the unfortunate side effects of homelessness and the treatment these people have faced for years that cause the side effects that bring feelings of fear into our neighborhoods, drive business away from our small business areas that are so critical to the vibrancy of our city. This is a worthy effort, and it won't be perfect. I know that it will not be perfect, but I really hope that with the plans that we are laying out for medium term and long term, that maybe next term of council or the term after that, they will not be dealing with homelessness. And I want to thank, in particular, you, Mr. Mayor, and your leadership on this issue, and Councillor Walters, who's done such a sterling job on the housing file for your work, and then the rest of council for all the support they've given in funding this issue, and then to administration for dealing with this difficult file. So I will stop there and thank everybody again for this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for that, Councillor McKean. Any other comments? Councillor Walters to close.
Well, you know, just to say briefly that Councillor McKean's always so generous with his accolades for others, but his relentless championing of this as a human rights issue and a healthcare issue, one that we cannot give up on. His is the inspiring advocacy. So I just wanted to say thank you to him and of course our administration. This is something that we have never done before at this level, and so to all of you who've worked so hard on it. Let's keep going and let's not give up.
Amen. Let's vote.
We're just missing Councillor McKean's vote and yours, Mr. Mayor.
Should have mine now.
Yeah, mine didn't pop up, but I'm a yes.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, so we'll come back at 1:30 with the time specific related to the Ladue County annexation area property valuations. Then we'll resume, then the next item of business would be the titled closures. Then we loop back to 6-1, and then we'll be done. Enjoy your lunch. We'll reconvene in a moment here. Stand by. We're having just a little building issue. So just for folks listening in virtually, we've got a little building malfunction at City Hall, and maintenance is going to come take a look at it here, and they should be here in a few minutes. So we're just going to pause and start a little bit later once they've had a chance to deal with it. The roof sky dome thing is stuck, and there's an alarm beeping in the room here that's not loud enough to be distressing, but just obnoxious enough to be distracting while we have this important conversation. So I think we'll just pause for a few minutes till maintenance gets up there and takes a look at it, and then we'll give them a few minutes, see what they can do, and pick up the meeting once something's been unplugged, provided that happens quickly. So stand by. We'll maybe try at around 1:45. Clerks, if you could just send out a quick note. like. Thank you to whoever's up there fixing the system. Appreciate it. Let's reconvene now. I'll call us to order and do a roll call. Councillor McKean?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Super duper. Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Live and on deck. Councillor Hamilton? Not sure if she was able to join us for the afternoon. Councillor Walters?
Present.
Thank you. And who else is joining us from council? Anybody?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
That was Councillor Nickel. And
Yeah, I'm here also.
Councillor Henderson, and I see Councillor Knack.
Yes, and I'm going to hopefully try to join for as long as I can on the Valley Line West, but I did send a note. I might have to jump out, but I trust committee can handle it if I'm unable to stay.
Understood. Anybody else from council? Not seeing any, then we've got more than enough to get going again, though. So just to orient folks who are here to speak to the two items that are on deck for this afternoon, for each of these items, administration will first provide opening remarks or some sort of presentation, and then members of the public will be invited to speak either in person here or virtually using the Google Meet platform. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the room here. However, those attending virtually may wish to use a timer at home too to manage your time. When the speaker has finished presenting, though, please stay in your seats or on the line, as committee members may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel of speakers. After we've heard comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. For those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it creates issues of decorum, it can provide unfair advantage, and can technically interfere with the live stream as well. Additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. And if you're experiencing any difficulties, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate your communication for those participating virtually. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And finally, for those of you with us here in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 remains in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. You may notice members of council and administration may take off our masks from time to time, but only while we're behind the plexiglass barriers here in our little virtual cubicles. But we will put them back on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. So we appreciate your understanding and participation in helping to keep everyone safe. So the first item up this afternoon is item 6.2, the property valuation Leduc County annexation area. And I understand we've had one more request to speak for this from Kim LaChapelle. Councillor Cartmel, would you mind moving that we hear from?
I will move that we add Kim LaChapelle to the speakers list.
Great. Anybody else on 6.2? Not hearing any. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to hearing from Kim LaChapelle in addition to the others on the panel? No, not hearing any. So then the first panel will be Gerald Drews, Don Shue, though I'll ask for help with pronunciation there, James Orenchuk, and Kim LaChapelle. And then on item 6.4, the bylaw 19436, the vehicular access closures, we've got Daryl Zielinski, and so we'll come to that item next once we've finished with item 6.2. So, and then we'll resume with further questions on item 6.1, and that'll round out the day. So let's get the presentation then. First on item, if there is one, on or any introductory comments on the property valuation report.
Thank you. Ms. Watt, the City Assessor, will have a few opening comments.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council and Committee. I beg your pardon. Just a couple of opening comments. The Leduc County annexation to the City of Edmonton was effective on January the 1st of 2019. The annexation order stipulated that annex property owners receive the lower of 2 tax rates for a period of 50 years, unless specific development conditions were met. In 2020, Edmonton reassessed properties in the annexation area in accordance with their market value, which resulted in assessment value increases for some property owners. The assess process is legislated by the Government of Alberta, and the City of Edmonton must follow provincial legislation when performing its market value assessments. Property owners who feel their assessment is out of line with the market can contact Edmonton's assessors to discuss their concerns. We welcome these conversations and strive to find agreement wherever possible. If an agreement in property value cannot be reached between the city assessors and the property owners, then the property owner has the right to file a complaint with the Assessment Review Board, which is an independent quasi-judicial body with the specific mandate to hear these matters. That is all.
Let's invite our speakers. Was Kim LaChapelle going to be in person or here or virtually?
In person.
Oh, okay, so everybody on this panel is here in person. So, Mr. Drews, come on down. And Don Shiwi, gotcha. Thank you. Come on down to the second spot. James Orange, come on down to the third spot. And Kim, we've got a spot for you there as well. So you'll each have 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you. So Mr. Drews, go ahead first.
I guess I'll begin by saying the City of Edmonton underwent a significantly long process to annex some land from Leduc County. During that process, there was numerous public meetings and information sessions that were held by the city where any concerns were addressed by the city, and one of the overriding issues was taxation. And at all these meetings, we were continuously told that the taxation would remain the same, to the point where the board order number MGB 050/18 outlined some of those assurances to us residents, and some of those were spoken to by the earlier presentation in terms of assessed value. In our situation, by one of our properties, the issue is not around the question of the property assessment notice. In 2020, our property assessment notice had a 16% increase, and once we received our property tax notice, we received a 104% increase in property taxes. So the two do not coincide, and upon conversation with the city assessment officers, we were told that they had done a review of the property, and during that review they indicated that we had a very strong online presence, which showed that we boarded horses and ran riding lessons and that sort of thing. So it's concerning that our property taxes increased by 104% based on something that the information came from the internet, and that they noticed that there was some buildings on the property that were for staff housing that they assumed were rental units, and essentially what happened in our situation, by our understanding, is that the assessment class of the property was changed, and according to this board order MGB 050 section 5 subsection 3, It states that despite subsections 1 and 2 in 2019 and in each subsequent year up to and including 2043, discovery lands other than linear property must be assessed by the City of Edmonton on the same basis as if the land had remained in Leduc County and must be taxed by the City of Edmonton using the municipal property tax rate established by Leduc County for property of the same assessment class. At this point, this document is not worth the paper that it's written on, because the information that we have and the information that we received from the assessment, the property tax assessor, was that the city lawyers had reviewed the document and that the city was following regulations as set by the province. This is a contract that was entered into between the City of Edmonton, Leduc County, and there are clauses in here that speak specifically to that issue that were not adhered to for the 2020 taxation period and moving forward. So our concern is that the spirit of the agreement in this board order is not being adhered to, and that all the information that we received at these meetings and town hall meetings was all for naught. And we were continually told that our taxes would not change, and here we are 2 years into the agreement, and we have a property with a property tax increase of 104% and an assessment notice increase of 16%, which does not speak to the spirit of this agreement. Those are all the comments I have to make at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Shiwi?
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'm here to speak in regards to the very substantial increase in the property assessments in our area. The change in the percentage value of the residential and non-residential designations, as Mr. Ju pointed out, and the huge increase in property taxes that it's caused. Now, I'll start off, I'm just going to read off some numbers from my family farm, which I am on title with, and my 89-year-old mother lives at. 2019 assessment was $595,000. 2020, $2.04 million. It took the taxes from $4,300 to $14,000. It's a 225% increase. My personal residence, I have 5 acres that's subdivided out of the family farm. The 2019 assessment from Leduc County, $844,500 to $1.4 million. I brought my personal taxes, and nothing has changed there, from $5,450 to $8,800. That's a 61% increase, 61.5. I'll also speak because I've got the numbers in front of me and I've got proxy to speak for them. My cousin Doug Shuey and his wife Kathy asked me to speak. Their 2019 assessment was $483,000, went up to $941,000. The taxes went from $34.85 to $75.50. So there's a 116% increase in taxes. Now, as Mr. Drew said, throughout the annexation negotiation period, we were all assured at various town meetings that it would not affect our property taxes in a negative way, and that we would be assessed in the same manner as though we were still in Leduc County. We would never have supported this annexation, and neither would our county councillors, okay, had there be any assurances that things would not be staying the same in this regard. Now, and I don't know, it seems to us that the city's negotiating in bad faith. I have also got the document here from the Municipal Government Board that Mr. Drews, on 3 separate pages, it says that the annexed land and accessible improvements to it must be assessed by the City of Edmonton on the same basis as if they were in Leduc County. Okay, and then they go on to say using the tax rates. We have no problem with the tax rates, it's the assessments that have changed radically. It says again on page 17 of the same document, the municipalities agreed the properties, excluding linear properties in the annexation period, would be assessed and taxed as if they were in the county for 50 years. And again, on page 50 of 56, page 50, yes. Hang on now. I'm going to just paraphrase, because it's a long paragraph. It is redundant as the OC stipulates that all land in the annexation area except linear land and accessible improvements must be assessed by the city as if it had remained in the county. And that's what we're fighting here, is the assessment value. I also been asked on behalf of Mr. Lewis and Evelyn Sable. They are retired. Their property taxes went from $3,100 to $5,200, a 68% increase. Andrea and Richard Thomas gave me their proxy. Their taxes went from $5,300 to $6,700, only a 26% increase. And also Brent and Alana Halwa asked me to speak. They had a 15% increase, and they were told by the assessment department, well, this was because their proximity to White Mud Creek. Keep in mind, we receive no additional services now that we're in the city of Edmonton. We are a community of third and fourth generation farmers, small business owners, and retired farmers. Our land use has not changed. We have no desire to sell our properties and uproot our families and businesses. Most retired farmers are living on a fixed income, including my 89-year-old mother, who is the sole resident on our family farm. None of us requested to become part of the city of Edmonton. We were happy and successful as a part of Leduc County, and these incredible increases in property taxes causing many of us extreme hardship for no reason except that you annexed us. Also, you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic. It's caused a major economic slowdown in turn, and then you find it increase our property taxes as much as 225%. Just one last point, and I know this is after the fact, but we understand that these are based on two comparables. However, it's come to our attention that one of the comparables is the landowner sold it to a syndicate in which he is a part of, and that's really, according to the Municipal Governments Act, it's not allowable to even consider that as when you're doing assessments. And to add insult to injury, there's been the new area structure plan that's being implemented, which will not allow any development in our area until the population of Edmonton reaches, 1.25 million. And that effectively makes none of the developers even interested in buying any property, any of the raw farmland, you know, if anybody should want to sell it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I'm afraid, Mr. Shiwi,
that's
the
all
5
I have to
minutes
say.
is
Thank
up.
you.
But thank you. Mr. Oranchuk?
Good afternoon. I'm going to be kind of echoing the same thoughts or whatever as the last two fellows here. According to the annexation agreement, order in council OC 359/2018 Appendix 2, Section 4.1, in 2019 and each subsequent year, up to including 2068, the annexed land and accessible improvements to it, excluding linear property, must be assessed by the city of Edmonton on the same basis as if they were in the Leduc County and taxed using the municipal property tax rate established by Leduc County or the property tax rate established by the city of Edmonton, whichever is lower for the property of the same assessment class. According to order in council agreement, assessed value by the city did not align with Leduc County assessed values. The trend is in assessed value in Leduc County indicated a tax decrease for 2020. The Leduc County assessment of our property for 2018 was $386,000. City of Edmonton assessment for 2019 was $393,000. If the order in council agreement was adhered to, that being that our property must be assessed by the city of Edmonton on the same basis as if we were in Leduc County, then the assessed value has more than doubled with no explanation. No other assessed values in Leduc County have more than doubled, with the exception of the residents that live along 41st Avenue Southwest. Please disclose all information in regard to doubling the assessment of our property. with regard to comparables, we were unable to locate any comparable sales data on properties like ours, as we are located in an urban municipality but live in a rural community. There does not appear to be any comparable properties because most acreage properties have more acreage or farmland than we do, and most have stick-built homes and not mobile homes, which we happen to live in, with no basement or whatever. And what does the what does the city consider a comparable property? Can you please provide information as to what properties you compared our property to? And I'm speaking in regards to the assessment board here. Is the city using comparables with all services, as we are not provided with any services from the city? We have to supply our own utilities, water systems, sewer systems, or whatever. We ended up, according to my calculations, the tax increases from 1998 to 2019, that's just 22 years, range from 1% to 20%, which was only for 1 year with the County of Leduc. And some decreases from 1% to 5% with the County of Leduc. And what happened to the city's assessment of a tax increase of 2.8%, which was broadcast on the news here earlier this year, if I remember. I talked to the Leduc County assessor, and she said that the Leduc County tax rate had decreased for a lot of the areas. By my calculations, the city has raised my taxes by 77%, which I think is a very unfair increase when you compare it to increases and decreases over the past 20 years. To find comparable land property values, I couldn't find anything with the situation that I have, the amount of property I have, and the buildings or the residence that I live in. There was two that I found that I think they were comparing to, and actually three, and they were all sold to church groups or whatever, so I don't know what kind of deal or money that churches have, but I guess they have a lot more than me anyway. Once again, I'm echoing with the economy and unemployment and health problems that are showing up. I don't think my property has been, I think my property has been way over assessed in value. 2019 tax was $2,352. 2020 tax was $4,164, which comes to about 77% increase.
Sorry, Mr. Oranchuk, that's the
okay.
The five, but I'm sure there'll be some questions for you as well. But thanks for that. Ms. LaChapelle?
Hi, good afternoon. Actually, my husband, Don Shuey, already spoke. I signed up to speak in case he didn't have enough time, because we are representing several other families in our neighborhood. I do, however, want to reiterate and have you take a really close look at the percentage of increase in our property tax dollars. I'll repeat it. It was 225% increase for my husband's family farm, 61.5% increase in property taxes for my husband and myself. Another family in the area had 116% increase. We just feel this is ridiculous. Again, we were definitely led to believe that we would be assessed and taxed on exactly the same basis until such a time that the land changed hands. So if somebody decided to sell and and a developer came in and bought or something, well, then they can pay the big taxes. To be honest, we just wanted to carry on with life the way it was. We did not request to become a part of the city of Edmonton. We did not. We chose to not oppose it because of the assurances that we were given at the town hall meetings. So it's extremely, like I said, it's extremely distressing to us all. The other thing I wanted to point out that I don't know if anybody touched on really clearly, but it seems to be the properties located right on 41st Avenue Southwest, which is where we live and my husband's family farm is. I know Grant Shiwi also put something in for their family farm. We're the ones that seem to have gotten it the worst. That's where Mr. Orenchuk lives. We understand that we now have city across the street from us and that should raise our value, but we don't want to sell. We don't want to move. We don't want to shut our businesses down, and we don't want to pay taxes for the next 20 years or 10 years, based on this inflated idea that our land is suddenly overnight worth all this money because there's a city across the road and we're now in it. So that's something that's very distressing to us as well. So our properties on 41st Ave, the properties along White Mud Creek or near White Mud Creek, they've all jumped up as well. And then all the properties where the assessors have changed the percentage of the land use. So they've where it used to be, like 10% was non-residential and this percent was, now all of a sudden they're changing it all to, and nothing's changed on these properties, but they're calling it a much bigger percentage of non-residential, which I believe is then taxed at a higher rate, which is again pushing our taxes up. So like Don's family farm in particular went from 6% farmland to 2%, went from 65% of the value of the assessment as residential down to 49% for this year. And non-residential went from 29% to 49%. And I'll reiterate, nothing has changed on these properties. So again, we see it as the city of Edmonton is not living up to its agreement where it said it would assess us in the same manner that Leduc County did. Because Leduc County assessed us, the way you assessed us in 2019. Anyway, so yeah, we do have some concerns and it is causing us some definite hardship financially. Dawn's mom is 89 years old. She pays the taxes out there. It's $14,000 now a year for an 89-year-old on a fixed income. So if y'all can let me know how becoming part of the city of Edmonton is better, we're happy to listen to it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Cartmel?
You selected it, Michael, so.
Only because I was selecting everything
Yeah,
that had
okay.
speakers, so you go ahead, Tim.
Okay, thank you. So thanks all of you for being here today. So I got a lot of questions and, just to be completely transparent about it, we've talked about this a few times, all of us at various points. Mr. Drews, I'll start with you. How is your property used? It sounds like you do some, I don't even know for sure, but some training or some riding classes or that kind of a thing.
The property is an equestrian center where we board horses. We teach lessons. There's some horse shows and that run out of the facility. There's no question about that. There is some staff housing that is on the property, which with conversations with the city assessor, they assumed that they were rental properties, which in fact they are not. We also operate an active farming operation on that property. And we also own a large percentage of the horses on the property for ourselves, which are either personally owned or we raise the horses on the property.
And none of this is new, Mr. Drews?
Nothing has changed at all. And these are all uses that we've been extremely transparent with Leduc County, and they have visited us personally and taxed us accordingly with those uses, yes.
Ms. LaChapelle, you touched on this a little bit. Have the services that are provided to the residents in the annex lands, have they changed in any way?
No, absolutely not at all. We still pay for our own garbage pickup. We clear our own snow on the roads because by the time the city got to it, nobody would be going to work in the mornings. So the guys still pull the tractors out. Like we get zero services. We don't have bus service, and quite frankly, we don't want bus service. we don't use a lot of the services that city residents use, and that's great. I'm glad there's public transportation where it's usable, but it's not feasible. We may be a part of the city of Edmonton, but we live in rural Alberta, and our lives revolve around rural living.
Mr. Shiwi, you listed off a number of different assessments here. I'm just picking up on a comment here, and I can't read my own writing, but that it's, you spoke of one property where you could not find any comparable properties that where you would lead someone to understand why these value assessments had changed.
No, that was Mr. Ornchuk's.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Mr. Ornchuk, okay. And there was something about that the one comparable was a homeowner that had entered into some sort of a conglomerate, and the conglomerate bought the property. He essentially bought the property from himself. Is that what you were alluding to?
Yes, it was. And at this point, I can only say that it's hearsay because his neighbor told us this. He sold his property to a syndicate with, and the syndicate has plans to build a hotel on that property to support the future hospital on the south side. And he tells us that he is actually named as a shareholder of that syndicate. So it is an arm's length transaction.
So, understanding all of your situations, your particular situation, but let's presume that's true for a minute. And we have no way of knowing that, so it's a bit of a
it can be checked out. It can be very easily
Yeah.
checked out.
But if that would imply that land has some value if it's close to the hospital and it offers the potential for a
No, when you
hotel
do
to
an
be-
arm's length transaction, you can have no money change hands. You can just put a value on the land. It gets posted, and now you have the ability to borrow against that land at that value.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Those are the reasons why arm's length, and the assessment office would know that they're not allowed to use properties that are arm's length transactions. We have one that I won't even bring up. Mr. Dan Vreen bought the property from his mother. He told me he was assessed, he's not here today.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a hold of him. He was assessed at over $800,000. He bought the property from his mother for $365,000 just 1 year ago. So that would be an arm's length transaction going the other way. So they apparently didn't use that one.
The long and the short of it is, it seems to me anyway, just to take it back up to a higher level, is that the residents, or at least you folks, were under the impression that there was a covenant with the landowners and those that were coming to agreement on the annexation. That as long as nothing changed for you, your taxes wouldn't change either. And is it fair to say that now you're hearing that the rate isn't changing, but the assessed value is changing, and or the proportion of different types are changing, and or the classes are not being kept consistent, and that those changes are not consistent with the letter you have in your hand that says it will be, that all of it will be done in the same way that the county did it? Is that a fair summation of?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, and it's not just a letter, okay? This is a board order from the Municipal Government Board.
Yeah,
It's a
I'm sorry,
document.
I understand. Let me say it better, the document that you're
Yes.
holding. Yes, thank you for correcting me. My time is up.
Councillor Walters?
Thank you, and thanks to each of you for taking the time to be here. So having, been part of that annexation negotiation, I'm very familiar with the commitments that were made, both internally as we negotiated it and in the public communications at the town halls, et cetera. So Councillor Cartmel asked a lot of the questions that I was going to confirm that it is an assessment issue that you're raising. In one particular case that came to my attention where so it wasn't on 41st Ave, it was on Highway 19 where the church remained in the county and the hall became part of the city. The hall's assessment went up dramatically. And the explanation related to that was that the county had in fact redone its assessments prior to providing the information to us. So what we were assessing it based on was the updated assessments, which you as landowners would have never been privy to potentially because those assessments were done and then handed over to the city. And from there we went. Has that ever been articulated to you or explained to you? And I'll confirm that with administration because that's my memory of the explanation related to the church hall.
I would say that no, it hasn't. In my instance, the issue doesn't even necessarily stem from the assessment notice. The assessment amount for our property went up by 16% and the taxes went up 104%.
Right.
So it had no, in our situation, it was a reclassification
Right.
of
So
the land use.
we'll ask about those classifications, because if the order, as I hear it and remember it, we would be unable to change classifications, but I will
That's how I read the
I will
document
ask
as
about,
well.
we'll ask about that, no doubt as well. Well, you know, I don't have any other questions. Your stories presented today are fairly stark, so we'll dig into those things with our administration. So thanks for taking the time.
So maybe just a couple questions for me. You're aware that there are two variables in this equation. There's the rate that you're taxed at, and there's the value of the property. And I just want to make sure that you understand the city is honoring I mean, we can debate the assessment methodology, but that the city is honoring the commitment with respect to the rate consistent with what you would have been paying to the county. And that's the variable that's easily controlled by us and is being, to my understanding, but I just want to check with all of you, you're still paying at the rate you'd be paying if you were in the county, correct?
That's correct, and we're aware of that.
Okay.
In fact, the rate we're paying now is probably a little bit less than county, because your farm rate is cheaper.
Actually, that was the deal, was we said you'll pay whichever
Yes,
is less,
and we're
right?
very aware of that.
Yeah, yeah. But then the other question of assessment is sort of, I don't want to call it the dark arts, but it's a bit opaque to us too, because we have an assessor who has a set of rules, and we're going to ask questions of her. And credit to Councillor Carmel for triggering this conversation here so that we can ask some further questions and try to get to the bottom of this for you. Because I think the variable that's controlled by us, I think we're honoring. The other that is a little more complex to get to the bottom of is how does the city arrive at the valuation of fairly unique properties, right? Because each farm is different, each acreage subdivided out is a bit different. But I think one of the issues here is that I wouldn't mind your comment on is that there is some expectation, I think, of maybe a layperson's understanding, and we're lay people up here, that coming into the city and being designated future growth, albeit long-term, comes with some upside, albeit long-term and speculative at this stage, but that begins to act in the market, and to the extent that it's a market value assessment methodology, as transactions start to occur that are somewhat indicative, that's going to start to have an impact on valuations for everybody in there. So, but I'm hearing that your interpretation of the order is that should not factor in, that you should factor as if you are not in an urban growth reserve area, but that your interpretation of as if you were staying in the county is as if those market forces were not at work. Is that fair?
That's fair.
If I can reply to that as well. Yeah, we were definitely led to believe until there was a sale of property that our land taxes would stay the same, or if they changed hands for some reason. So, and that I think we would all be fine with, because we're not benefiting from this increased value until or unless we decide to sell our property and move our entire lives. So to have to pay exorbitant taxes for the same property that we're making the same use of, that we're getting the same services on, that property's been in my husband's family for 100 years. And all of a sudden, they're supposed to pay $14,000 a year in taxes. That's just unacceptable. I don't care how they came up with that number. It's not fair.
Did any
give
of
us
you,
back to Leduc County. Sorry.
Well, that's not before us today,
I
but did any of you appeal your assessments?
Yes, so we're still waiting for our appeal date. We've spent a lot of money on a lawyer already to help, because it's too much money for us that we felt we could take it on ourselves personally. When he found out that there was a council meeting, he said, let's not even look at it anymore. Hopefully you'll get a good result from the committee meeting. He said, hopefully you'll get a good result from the committee meeting, and then, you know, we wouldn't need him anymore to help us. But we have not received a hearing date yet.
In my situation, I did not appeal the taxes because when I received the
Sorry, is your microphone on there, Mr. Drews?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, if you could just get a little closer to it.
Yeah, sorry. In my situation, I did not appeal the taxes because when I received the assessment notice and we only saw a 16% increase when some of our neighbors were receiving 100, 200% increases, we didn't feel that we would be affected in the same manner that they were. And when I was in contact with the city assessor, through the conversations, she said, well, we have a number of questions to ask you with regards to your property and how it's used, which I found a little bit perplexing because I'd already received my tax notice at that point, and now they're starting to ask questions as to how our property is being used. So we answered all those questions. I followed up with an email several weeks after submitting the answers. No response. I phoned her last week, left a message asking for clarification as to the status of our property taxes. No response. We haven't paid our property taxes for 2020 because when I started this process, we were told that our taxes would be under review and that the city would be working with us to try and find an amicable solution. And now I'm in a situation where our emails and phone calls aren't even being returned.
Okay. Well, we'll ask about that, though.
I'm happy to pay my taxes.
And we appreciate that. We're hard up these days, so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm out of time, but I appreciate you coming and raising this issue, and we'll see what we can do. But Councillor Carmel's got some more questions for you, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to make sure that you're clear of the process here, because it can be a little bit confusing. So when we're finished speaking to each other, then committee will be able to ask questions of our administration, you know, in part based on what you've provided to us. But as part of our agenda package, there's a report that comes to all councillors, and part of that report says that a request is going to the Provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs. Because quite simply, it seems like the city is doing everything right in their interpretation of the rules and the regulations around taxation. And the same can be assumed around what the County of Leduc was doing and continues to do, and yet we're coming up with two different answers. So there needs to be some, call it third-party objective analysis as to why two completely correct approaches come up with different, starkly different results. That's going to take a bit of time. So it's not going to get resolved today, but it's going, the conversation started here, and we wanted you to have an opportunity to speak to your particular situations. Just want to make sure that you all understand that. That's your understanding as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much for coming down. I know it's really hard to get in here, particularly these times, so thank you for taking the time to do so.
Any other questions for our panelists before we pivot to administration? Okay, it doesn't sound like it, so thank you all. You're free to stay there or move back to the seats, whatever you'd like, but we'll turn our questions now to admin. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So you've heard the concerns raised, and it's certainly this is not the first time that I've had the opportunity to have this conversation with our taxation and assessment group. But it seems that there is the understanding with city administration that we are holding nothing more than the tax rate commitment, that we'll use the lower of the two rates. But maintaining classes, maintaining proportions of property in each class, not getting into analyzing and reanalyzing uses. Those are all things that we're doing which don't seem consistent with the order in council being cited today. Comments? Sorry, yeah.
Certainly. One thing I would point to is that the Municipal Government Act and its associated regulations pretty much dictate for every assessor in the province the rules that we all must follow. When it comes to assigning tax class, there are actually some pretty strict definitions about what is and is not considered non-residential use, residential use, farm use, and so on. I don't know the specifics of the situation you heard today, but my assumption is that it is actually a non-residential use, and therefore, by the legislation, needs to be classed as non-residential. And that would be done irrespective of if the assignment was done here or in Leduc County. There is an ability through the municipal government, through the Assessment Review Board to challenge tax class. And that would be the right forum for this kind of question to be adjudicated. I'm grateful to hear that the property owner has perhaps done that because the Assessment Review Board does have the ability to make that determination. But it does sound to me as though there is a non-residential use going on here, and therefore we must, under the Municipal Government Act, assess it as such.
Okay, I'm going to think about that for a minute while I ask this question. When we are assessing the property values, we're looking for comparative values generally through land sales, through property sales. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And right now, the boundary between the City of Edmonton and the County of Leduc is Highway 19. So when we are assessing, when properties are being assessed on the north side of Highway 19, is consideration given to properties in the County of Leduc on the south side of Highway 19?
We try to find the most similar property we possibly can in all cases in our assessment process. For those in the annexation area, we are looking for properties that are sort of in the same vicinity. That would be our primary place to look for market indicators. And then if we were unable to find market indicators in that area, we would expand both into Leduc County and also into the City of Edmonton to see what we could find as indicators of what market would be.
And this may be rhetorical, but that may not have been the case when the County of Leduc was looking at, at 41st Avenue as the dividing line. They may have only looked at county properties, for instance, and not necessarily at the properties in the City of Edmonton north of 41st Avenue at the time.
It is possible. It's very difficult for me to comment on Leduc's practices, but there is a database basically run by the provincial government that contains all of the sales information for the entire province, and it is not uncommon for assessors to look across municipal boundaries to see what kind of market trends might be going on.
So a bit more of a provocative question then, returning back to this question of class or use. The use on the one property has not changed for years, and yet we seem to have come to a different conclusion as to what class that fits in than the county did. That almost implies or infers that it was not properly classed prior to it becoming part of the city. What then? Because there is at a higher level, not getting too deep into all of these specifics, but at a higher level, a general commitment was made that taxes should not change for you for 50 years. If your land doesn't change, your use doesn't change, the ownership doesn't change, your taxes won't change.
My understanding of the annexation agreement is that the lower of the two tax rates was what was agreed to. There was nothing specifically within there that said your assessed value is not going to change. There is a piece within the annexation agreement that speaks to assessed as though in Leduc County. When we interpret that, we're interpreting as it is market value. We across the province have the same legislated standards of market value unless the property is regulated as farmland is, in which case there is a regulated rate attached to it. What we believe was the intent of that piece within the board order was to speak to how farm buildings are treated. Farm buildings within the City of Edmonton are actually assessed and taxed, but within the county they are not. So our interpretation of that piece was if you are an annexed property owner and you have farm buildings, we would continue not to assess them.
I'm out of time. Thank you. Okay. I may have more.
Councillor Walter.
Thank you. So there's no doubt there's a lot about this that makes me feel uneasy. And so the deal was, in general, and I may be repeating some of what Councillor Cartmel says, but just to get to my essential questions, is that the tax rate could change, and no doubt the assessment would by default if the land use changed. It wasn't about, and I know there was mention that it was at sale, but it wasn't at sale. It was if it was rezoned or the uses changed. That's when the tax rate could change. Correct?
I might actually flip that one to one of our lawyers, Mr. Ashmore.
Yeah, that's correct. There's a number of triggering factors, and sale is not one of them.
Sale's not one, but it's if the person they sold it to then rezoned it to a different commercial use or a different non-residential use. So, but when I stood in most of those info sessions in various evenings through that process, we didn't get into the specifics about how assessments calculated necessarily with folks. We had assessors there that talked about the tax rate. The lower of the two would be the one that's honored. And then so I come to my question about there's things we didn't know also at that period. So the example I used earlier and when asking them about the assessed value changes is of the church hall was it was assessed one way in 2017, and then in 2018 Ladue County updated the land assessment process, and those landowners wouldn't have known that until it came to them on a City of Edmonton tax bill. So the assessment that we were given was not the assessment that they had been previously given. So all those updated assessments, unbeknownst to the ratepayers, were handed over to us. And so we were, in fact, using what the county gave us, but the fact that they updated those assessment processes wasn't known by the ratepayer. So this is kind of the pickle we're in. Fair?
Perhaps I must admit, Councillor Walters, I'm a little confused by what happened. I might ask if Anton Zabo is on the line, if he is familiar with what happened. I believe this is something in 2019.
Yes.
Anton?
So, Councillor, I mean, without necessarily speaking to specific property tax accounts, what I can say is that when the annexation took place, Ladue County did hand over all of their data associated with the different accounts, and the data are a component of what make up our assessment evaluations. And there were, as any year, some changes to that data. So, Ladue County every year reviews its data and makes updates. And so there were some changes that had just been made to that data as they presented it to us. So it had not yet to manifest on one of the Ladue County assessment notices, but we would just move forward with the most up-to-date data when we did our assessment.
Even though the owners of the property may not have been aware of the updated data or the updated assessment.
It's possible. I don't know what the county would have said to the property owners in terms of any particular changes. But within our process, any data related to the assessment is available for viewing online, so they can take a look at what data we use to assess their property.
Well, I guess that the challenge is, based on the stories of the presenters today and others who have emailed Councillor Cartmel and I, these are pretty jarring increases. So let me ask about the assessment class question then. So would it have been the county that changed the class, or would it have been our interpretation that changed the class in the case of Mr. Drew's example?
Again, a little bit difficult for me to say without knowing the intricacies of his situation. My guess would be that we changed the class based on our observation of the use of the property, which was non-residential.
And your perspective, and maybe Ms. Andrzejczyk, I'd ask you that wasn't part of your assertion is that wasn't part of the agreement. It was the lower of the tax rates that was part of the agreement in the order in council.
And I'm going to ask.
And again, I don't have the order in council right in front of me, and maybe we should have brought it in today to refer to, but.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Ashmore to assist with that answer.
Yeah, there's a difference between classification in terms of the tax rate and classification in the assessment process. So we have to remember that each year you actually start in the assessment process by applying a classification or more than one classification to the property. And I'll just use as an example, and I'm not saying this is the way these properties are, but somebody one year could have 50% of their property as farmland and then the next year decide to stop farming and only have 25% as farmland. The annexation order itself did not say anything about you must stick with the exact same classification breakdown year over year. What it said is that you have to assess as if it was in Leduc County. So as Ms. Watt just said, that would mean farm buildings. It would mean don't use anything from the city charter, which by the way does impact the assessment classification. But it does not mean, at least in my opinion, that you do not use the legislative grounds of classification. So you still must class each year. Leduc should be doing it, Edmonton should be doing it each year.
And that's the shifting.
That appears to be the shifting, or at least it sounds like with these property owners, although you'd have to analyze each of these individual accounts one by one to make that determination.
Oh, I'm out of time. I had a follow-up on that.
So, what is the best venue to do that besides an appeal? Or is that the most appropriate way to get that vetting?
Yeah, the correct venue is the Assessment Review Board. It's not here in front of City Council. The Assessment Review Board would have jurisdiction over deciding whether or not the city has correctly applied classes to a property, and would also have jurisdiction in theory to determine whether or not the city is complying with the annexation order itself.
So that was going to be the next question I had was, I would guess the MGB can put orders in place that constrain the city's autonomy with respect to taxation, but I would be surprised if the MGB can put in orders which countermand or are inconsistent with the assessment legislation, which we're all bound by equally. Fair?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The MGB could not, for example, give a rule, apply 50% of the assessment each year, because that would breach legislative requirements.
Because the assessment law is good or bad, it is what it is, and it's the same for all of us. How it gets interpreted is then a question that can get put before the ARB, or can be independently audited. But at the end of the day, it's not within the purview of the MGB to amend the MGA with respect to assessment.
Correct.
Process. So we've heard the arguments today from a number of the speakers that the city is not honoring at least the spirit and understanding with respect to assessment. We are with respect to taxation and the application of the lower of the two mill rates going forward for the next 50 years. But with respect to the assessment issues, I don't think it's not fair to ask you to interpret what the MGB meant in the order, but they presumably would know that they cannot vary the assessment legislation.
I would expect that to be true, Mr. Mayor.
And the turn of phrase is interesting. Continue to assess taxes as if the property was still in the county certainly implies, and I can understand where folks have come to the conclusion that meant things weren't going to change, up to and including not beginning to capture the appreciation of land that comes with being in a growth reserve area within an urban boundary. But that appreciation of that land over time is a market force that assessment legislation requires somebody to estimate to the best of their ability on the premise that if the land was sold, it might be worth this. And if you disagree, then you get to appeal it, and that's as good as it gets.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And just to take that one step further, contemplate if that wording in the annexation order meant to treat the property as if it wasn't part of the city of Edmonton, treat it as if it remained in Leduc County for the purposes of valuation itself, it creates a conundrum, because then how do you find comparable properties because the area itself is already transitioned? And that would be a significant problem. So you have to read that order in context with everything else that is in that order, which is effectively an understanding that Leduc County must meet the legislative requirements of market value as well.
And this is the frustration that we have with property taxes, that property taxpayers all have with property taxes, that it is not based on the services you get, but it is based on the notional value of the property as how we divide up the tax burden amongst everybody. And I think if we got to make different rules, we would, just to be clear. But we don't, because these rules are set by the province. So I totally feel your frustration, and I think we've got to find the right venue to get the answers to the questions you have about the particular valuations. We're not really able to do that here in this venue, but your concerns don't fall on deaf ears in substance. Let me reassure you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So a couple more questions around process then. So, Ms. Watt, I heard you respond to a question raised earlier about classification, that those questions should be properly referred to, and I thought you said the assessment audit department at the municipal affairs ministry. Did I hear you correctly?
No, not exactly.
All right.
Tax class questions, as much as any other assessment matter on a specific property, needs to go to the assessment review board, and through the assessment review board process. We did recommend to council to ask administration to ask the Government of Alberta assessment audit team to take a high-level look to see if there was any sort of procedural or systemic issues in play, which we did do.
And have you received a response to that yet?
Councillor, we just got it as we're sitting here in the meeting, at 2:01 specifically. And it says that they don't believe there are any systemic issues, and the best resolve might be the ARB. And we may, they asked us to also consider, for full transparency, they asked us to consider an independent assessor as well. So we just got that to take a look at.
Okay. So when I brought this motion to council, it was on the advice of administration to refer it to that body. We've just gotten the advice back from them just this minute, which makes it difficult to contemplate actions by way of subsequent motions from here. So I guess I'm looking for a bit of advice there, because perhaps it is then that, so well, let me ask you this. So does that mean that each property owner needs to refer their questions to the assessment review board? Or is that something that the city would do?
It is something that the property owner themselves would do. What is difficult in this situation is that there is a defined appeal period, which is 60 days after the notice of mailing date. That for this tax year has expired. So we did receive 60 complaints. A number of them have already been heard, and the rest remain pending. The next opportunity that property owners in the annexed area will have to review and appeal their assessment would be next year, after we send out our next assessment notice. Every single year there is a 60-day appeal period, following which the review boards go through a process of hearing each individual complaint. So the next opportunity would be next year, unless they did file an appeal, in which case it will be heard this year.
Well, they can't file an appeal unless they filed a complaint in the first place.
That's right. Sorry, I use the term complaint and appeal
So someone that
interchangeably.
didn't file a complaint, the window is now closed.
Correct.
They can only complain about next year's taxes,
No, next year's assessment.
next year's assessment.
Yes,
This year's taxes would be payable and owed.
correct.
That cannot possibly be the fair outcome here.
I can't speak to that. That is the system that we work with in Alberta.
But with all respect, these homeowners have been trying to get heard and trying to bring these issues to our attention in the midst of a pandemic where other delays in deadlines have been made. They finally get their opportunity to speak today, and the answer is you should have appealed to the ARB a few months ago. Too bad, so sad, appeal next year. I think we got to find a better answer than that.
So Councillor.
I don't think administration said too bad, so sad.
Well, I'm sorry, but you know, I'm feeling the frustration myself of 18 months of this conversation. And this dichotomy of, and I did not go to all of the presentations, but I certainly went to the presentations in 2017. And I very clearly recall hearing, if you don't change the use of your property and you don't sell it to somebody that does, your taxes won't change. I heard that. And these people have come to you with very dramatic changes that they simply cannot afford.
Councillor, I was not privy to those conversations. That was before my time with the City of Edmonton. I would suggest, however, that at no point anyone should have said that taxes would not change, because that is not something that we can do. We can say that you will always have the lower of the two tax rates, but when it comes to assessment, as we're learning today, values do and should change in accordance with changes in the marketplace. Additionally, I assume that both Leduc County and yourselves as a governing body will change your tax rates, and thus the taxes will change.
So Councillor, I'll just add a little bit in terms of the process here. We have to remember the timing of this as well, because that's important. Assessment notices, which include the classification of the property. So don't think that the classification comes out at the time of the tax notice. It comes out as part of the assessment notice, are mailed out in January of the year. So the complaint period, which is 60 days, in a way is pre-COVID for this year. COVID didn't hit until after that period of time. Now, realizing your comment about need another avenue may still be a legitimate one, nothing stops the municipality from having conversations about correct assessments after a complaint period has expired. So administration can do that, but we need to be very, very careful of council creating a secondary appeal process where somebody has not filed an appeal to the ARB and feels they're able to come to this avenue in order to get their appeal heard. And I use appeal there in the same context as complaint, because in effect they're the same thing.
If I might just follow up on that, just to reinforce what Mr. Ashmore is pointing to, the Assessment and Taxation Branch is absolutely open and wanting to have these conversations, because if there is a data error, if we have misclassified in any way, we always do correct and correct for the current tax year. So any tax person who has an issue with their assessment does have the ability to call us at any time and discuss. What they don't have is access to the review boards at this point.
Councillor Walters?
So, Mr. Ashmore, just to follow up on that, you know, and I appreciate the warning about not necessarily wanting to create a secondary appeal. And those are very wise, it's a very wise warning. But just since we're talking about this and we can see sort of extreme difference between what was, I believe, generally communicated by the city of Edmonton, notwithstanding the fact that maybe we should have been a lot more careful about that. But the difference between what is and what we communicated, and considering that we haven't, this is the only annexation that we've completed or been part of since 1982, has obviously created a bit of a disconnect. So to address that disconnect, maybe some further analysis of what's happened is merited. And again, I'm not, maybe you could say a little bit, so recognizing that your warning is valid, but that this situation is pretty unique for the city in terms of the volume of people that are affected. What could that reasonably look like?
Well, there's a number of options, I guess, Councillor. It really depends on what this council wants to do. If this council is of the opinion that tax forgiveness is somehow legitimate in this particular scenario, this could become a tax forgiveness application under Section 347. This council has the ability to forgive taxes in specific time periods, specific areas. It sounds like part of the issue that I'm hearing right now is that the annexation order, which is binding on the city and city administration, perhaps does not meet the intent of what was said to taxpayers. If that was the case, then perhaps the annexation order itself is incorrectly worded. There's nothing stopping the minister from amending the annexation order if that's their desire to do so. But that leaves us back to, well, what was actually intended then? Was what was intended a guarantee that taxes would never change? And as the mayor has correctly pointed out, that's not really within the purview of the MGB who recommended the annexation order to the minister.
So I don't think that anybody believed their taxes would never change, because taxes within the county changed. I think it was, and I think the lesser of the two is what was communicated, no doubt. But then this assessment question is now the sort of monster that's sort of emerged from the shadows and changed the ball game here. And I think, so maybe a step before the forgiveness question is the is an assessment of the assessment. Are we getting it right? Because then, you know how the total tax burden is divided up, whether it's forgiveness or a redistribution through assessment, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other potentially. So, yeah, I'm a bit perplexed for sure, as everybody's looking fairly perplexed. But it feels to me like we could do something noting the uniqueness of the circumstance and the communications leading up to the annexation and the land transfer.
Well, Councillor, so in theory, you could create a completely separate appeal process that is not found in the Municipal Government Act. The trouble with doing that is it adds a layer of complexity and leads you down a path that could have all sorts of legal problems associated with it. Sometimes it's better not to take a step than it is to take a step thinking you're going to solve a problem. You create 2 more problems. So you have to be a little bit wary, because the way the Municipal Government Act is worded is you got a one-time complaint on a yearly basis.
Right.
And so
for this year, the option, just to understand, and I appreciate, and I know Councillor Cartmel didn't mean it that way, but this is how, like, truthfully, this is a too bad, so sad circumstance. That's the offering to these folks and their neighbors, right? That's what we're offering them today, until next year.
I think the reason I push back on that is the legislation that says it's too bad, so sad. It's not the city of Edmonton saying too bad, so sad.
No, I got it. But what we're saying today is the legislation says. The reality is, no matter who says it, doesn't matter who says it, the reality is that it is too bad, so sad.
I'll be the first to admit, Councillor, that the legislation is far from perfect, and it does create a bind for those of us who really do want to assess and tax in the fairest and most equitable way properly we possibly can. One thing I do have concerns about is the magnitude of the changes from year to year. we are all equalized within Alberta on the premise that our assessments are at market value. And so within the system itself, there is supposed to be a mechanism that ensures some level of equity between municipalities as well as within municipalities. And it does seem that that is somehow what has failed in this context. I will say that we have, because we're totally aware that these numbers are eyebrow-raising, we have done a review to try to ascertain if there's something that we're missing. We can commit to go back and do a second or third review of these properties. However, I will say that the ones that have gone to the Assessment Review Board have had their assessments confirmed. What that says to me is, at least on the average, these assessments that we stand by have actually been validated by the review process. Nonetheless, I would say that there is always an avenue for us to get better and for us to learn more about the specific instances, and we can do another analysis. It is not, and I hope never, a too bad, so sad. However, it is true that the appeal avenue is closed for this year.
Minute 40 in the red.
I've got another question, but it's probably going to require some legal advice about options, and so it's probably best to go in private to ask it at this point. So let me just see if there are any other public questions. If not, then motion subject to Section 24, advice from officials, and 27, privileged information, I think would be helpful to, and potentially 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, just given that we're going to talk about some specifics here, without prejudicing the city's obligations under this legislation we keep talking about. So a motion to go in private would be helpful.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Is there any objection to going in private to get a bit of advice?
You know, I clicked on Mr. Mayor with one question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead with the public questions, and then we'll just come back to the motion to go in private.
So my one question is this, in understanding how assessment and taxation works. Knowing that when we have fluctuations in the market, we tend to see some go up and some go down. There are winners, and then there are those who pay more. When we were looking at that, did we sort of contain the pool to the annexation area? Or when we were applying the assessments and the taxation rates, was it now based in the big Edmonton pool, and did that make any difference?
Councillor, the assessments of these properties were prepared in accordance with the legislation, as are all property within the City of Edmonton and also all property within the County of Leduc. So the assessment is not likely to be the issue with the winners and the losers. But I will say that as part of the annexation agreement, these properties will continue to receive the lower of the two tax rates. So in that way, they are being treated dissimilarly to properties in Edmonton. Edmonton properties get the Edmonton tax rate. These Edmonton properties that are formerly part of the County of Leduc have the lower of the two.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other public questions? No? Okay, well, I'll just seek unanimous consent to go in private for some legal advice on options. Any objection? Not seeing any. Then, folks, if you could excuse us. do. So I don't know if either of you can chat with the folks upstairs maybe and give them.
I was just going to say
indication.
that I'll go
okay.
chat.
Good, good. Okay, all right, we'll see you in 15. We'll have a motion on this. We can
Next up to bat, Mayor Don Iveson.
Okay, sorry about that. Call us back to order and just quick roll call. Councillor McKean.
I'm here, thanks.
Great. Councillor Cartmel.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Present.
Thank you. Anybody else still with us?
Councillor Nickel.
Councillor Nickel is there. Anybody else? Councillor Knack. We see you but don't hear you. There
Yes, sorry, I'm here. I'm just back and forth. I'll be back again.
Thanks. Okay. Well, let's resume. Have we got a motion ready for referral? Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So I'd like to move, Mr. Mayor, that the October 26, 2020 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 00021, be referred to administration to examine options to support taxpayers in the annexed area and return to committee with a due date of January 18th, 2021, which is the 13-week default.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on this?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I just want to just say that I appreciate all the work that administration did and the conversation that we did have in private, and appreciate that they share our frustration in some of these matters. So hoping for some good outcomes with when this report comes back. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll look forward to the next conversation then, assuming referral passes. Please vote. It's not coming up for me, but let me just check unanimous consent. Any objection to the referral motion? Not hearing any, then we'll book that as unanimous. Okay, let's now hear bylaw 19436, closure of vehicular access to title parcels for Valley Line West. Council approval is required of this, so we're just making a recommendation today if we see fit. Is there a presentation on this one? or any introductory comments? Right. Okay. Any introductory comments?
Yes, no presentation. Good afternoon. I'm joined here with Bruce Ferguson, our branch manager for LRT expansion and renewal. We're here today requesting City Council's approval of bylaw 19436 for the closure of vehicular access to titled parcels along the Valley Line West LRT corridor. The Valley Line West LRT is an integral piece of our long-term transportation system, supporting our growth into a city of 2 million in the coming decades. It will also transform the layout and use of major streets and communities along the route. And throughout the process of evolving the design for this project, administration has worked to mitigate property impacts as much as possible, being a key principle informing the route selection as well as the design. The decision to close an access is not one that is made lightly, especially ones directly impacting property owners and tenants. These access closures are, however, necessary to accommodate the reconfigured roads and on-street parking and the operation of the LRT. As always, our goal is to ensure the safety of pedestrians, drivers, cyclists, transit users, and all users within the road right-of-way and sidewalks along the corridor. While we are seeking approval of the bylaws today, it is important to note that these accesses are not closing in the immediate short term. Actual physical closures are not anticipated to come into effect until mid-2021 at the earliest, and many of the properties in these bylaws won't be closed until sometime in 2022. Affected landowners will receive at least 6 months' notice in accordance to the Valley Line West contract. We will begin to have a better picture of the access closure timing once a contractor for the project is finalized and a schedule is confirmed in 2021. The city has been communicating with affected property owners and tenants when granted permission by property owners, and is committed to providing them with clear information about what to expect with regard to the project requirements, impacts, and timelines. That commitment doesn't change today with these proposed bylaws, should they be approved. We will continue to work with affected property owners and tenants and ensure that they are kept informed on relevant project updates and milestones. Further, each of these access closure files have been assigned to a specific person within the city to ensure that each owner's concerns are addressed appropriately and in a timely manner. Aside from the technical considerations used to inform the decisions related to these access closures, compensation is a separate consideration and is dealt with on a case-by-case basis based on specific impacts of each location and is discussed directly with each property owner. Administration will continue to work with owners to ensure that they are treated fairly. We have the responsibility to ensure any compensation is reasonable and justified within the boundary of the applicable legislation. And Legal Services is here with us today and can answer any general questions you might have about the compensatory scheme in the Highways Development and Protection Act. And if council has any questions related to specific compensation about any of the specific proposed access closures, we would be prepared to discuss those in private, subject to FOIP provisions 25 and 27. Thank you, and with that, we'll be pleased to answer any questions after the speaker.
Well, first we'll hear from our remaining speaker, Mr. Zielinski. Thanks for your perseverance, sir. Sorry it's taken a while to get to you, but go ahead. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Iverson, Executive Council, and City Councilors. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak about the concerns we have with bylaw 19436, closure of the vehicular access to titled parcels to the Valley Line West. We are the owners of 8912 Meadowlark Road, and I want to show you in this presentation the concerns we have with our front driveway access being closed. Before I begin, I'd like to thank you Thank both Debbie Frigueria and Hazel Batad from the City of Edmonton for meeting my wife and I at the property this past Saturday. It was appreciated. If I can go to the next slide, please. So this is a picture of the property at 8912 Meadowlark Road, and this is the front of the house. If you go to the next slide, I have a picture of the driveway, which will be closed in the proposed for the Valley West line. If you look at the driveway, it goes all the way to the back of the house, and with this closed access, it's basically shutting off a 65-foot driveway by 12 feet wide, which is 780 square feet. So this would be not used for several things. So we can go to the next slide. And this is just a picture of this driveway coming from the back of the house, looking towards the potential closure. We can go to the next slide, please. So this was taken on Saturday. So this is a picture of the front of taken from the alleyway as I'm right along the alley, looking south. That is the tenant's vehicle, and then they have the trailer parked in the driveway. The current tenant also has a vehicle that they park in the back. So this is a rental property of ours. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that there's a picture of the driveway with the trailer in it. The next slide has a picture of, when I was talking with the people from the city on Saturday, they called it a bump out. And that bump out is basically taking out probably half of my frontage at the property, as well as the driveway access. So going from potentially parking 3 vehicles in front of the property and the driveway, there might be room for about 1. So what is the next slide, please? So the impact of closing off the driveway access for our particular property is parking of 3 to 4 vehicles, depending on the size, is eliminated on the driveway itself. Storage of trailers or anything else on a trailer is also eliminated. With the bump out closure sticking out in front of our place, there will only be room for 1 parking spot out front. The whole lot is 5,780.5 square feet. The driveway is 780 square feet. So effectively making 13.5% of the total lot unusable. The next slide, please. Here's a picture of the legal plan with the lot size with the angle cornered by the alley. The next slide will show that the back of the garage, it's 16 feet long from the back of the garage door to the alley. And here's a picture of, basically without the tenants parking their vehicle right now. If we go to the next one, so I parked a vehicle there. The truck parked is 19 feet long, which is a standard, F-150. It sticks out 3 feet into the alley because the truck is 19 feet long and the garage is not long enough to park the truck inside. The house was built in 1961 and they were not built to accommodate longer vehicles. The next slide has, basically it's an accident waiting to happen. You can see where the cutoff is. So they would come around the alley and the vehicle, if they have a truck like the tenant does right now, it would get hit if we had 2 vehicles or if it was sticking out. It's just a hazard. It's not safe. When you get the garbage trucks coming through or anything else, you'll see that it is not safe. Sorry, if you can go to the next slide. This is the angle that I was talking about. So this is where it's basically an accident waiting to happen. And if we go to the next slide again, you'll see here's a different angle with the truck sticking out 3 feet from our property line. The next slide, please. So the financial impact of closure of the driveway, this has been a revenue property of ours since 2003. The house will be less marketable for potential renters with limited parking. The current tenant will likely move out due to limited parking and no trailer storage. The resale price for the property will certainly take a negative hit, as who wants an unusable 780 square foot concrete pad in the front of their house with no parking? Also, the curb appeal will be affected in a negative way. Next slide, please. What are we asking the city to do? Please don't close our front driveway access for the reasons I have listed. We are for the LRT expansion, but this project will seriously impact us financially on both rental and resale markets. With only parking in the rear, It is a huge safety concern with trucks parked in the driveway encroaching the alley. If the closure goes ahead, we believe compensation should be considered, as we are going to be greatly impacted in a negative way by the LRT. We are open to discuss the possibilities, including the purchase of the property. As taxpayers of multiple investment properties in Edmonton, we'd like to see the City of Edmonton and Ward 1 Councillor Andrew Knack take another look at the LRT plan and how it can be tweaked to benefit both parties in an equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zielinski. Questions? Members of council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm just trying to jump on here.
Sure, I'll go to you first, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. And thank you, Mr. Zielinski, for your presentation today. So the challenge, and again, just hearing the beginning of your presentation, I was just coming in just as you were starting. The challenge that you're running into primarily right now would be the fact that that trailer, because it's typically parked in the driveway, would not have the opportunity to be parked on the street, like the truck could be, even with that. So the bulb out would impact the truck, but the truck could still park along the curb line parking in front of a number of the other homes. But it's the trailer that's the biggest impact right now.
Yes, but there's only one truck that could, once that bump out curb is put in place, you can only put one vehicle in the front. So instead of having the opportunity of parking 8 vehicles, I'm now down to maybe 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm. And I think so. The challenge, of course, is that so sometimes there's that many vehicles. I live just across the street from there, so the current parking on that service road isn't maxed out at all times, but nevertheless, the concern you have is that even though there might be parking 1 or 2 houses away, it's still a bit more of an inconvenience. That's probably the biggest thing around having additional cars that would need to be parked on street. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And also, I have rented it to elderly couples before with the issues. They can't just pull up to their front sidewalk now and go into the house. They'd have to park further away, or if there's other cars taking up the spots, it'd be a further distance or inconvenience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when you had the conversations with the city and recognizing that there will be a separate conversation with our administration around compensation, have they shared with you what that process looks like? Because I know you did raise that if this were to proceed, you'd want to have an understanding of how you'll be compensated for any of the changes.
No, they have not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I want to make sure we ask about some of that today as well. So, okay. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make sure I asked a few quick questions. Like I say, I know the area well. I live very, very close by. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Zielinski. Did you say something about needing parking for 8 vehicles for that one home?
No, I'm not saying needing. I said that potentially if you looked at 4 in the driveway, let's say they had friends over or whatever, you could put 2 in the back. You could have potentially 4 in the front, 3 on the street, or whatever the number is. But I'm saying right now I could potentially park 8 vehicles around that. And if the driveway closure happens, then realistically probably 3.
So, yeah, which would be a very unusual circumstance in the city, I think. Now, you would have parking for 3 or 4 with the garage and the pad behind, although I'll admit you've got a very, very big truck there, but would you not have 4 parking spots at the back?
No, there's not. You can only get 2 vehicles at the back pad itself. If you parked one in like a smaller vehicle, you could own, it's not a double car. You can't get two regular sized vehicles in that garage with the shelving and everything that's existing in there. So you could put one in the garage, but then for them to back out, you'd have to move the 2 at the back pad.
So you've had this property for a long time and you've had a lot of different tenants in there.
Correct.
Some of them didn't need that amount. They didn't have a trailer. They didn't have more than, say, 1 or 2 vehicles. Am I right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Zielinski? Not seeing any at this time. Thank you for your for your comments. We'll turn our questions now to City Administration. If committee members don't mind, I'll defer to the Ward Councillor again. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe we'll start with this specific one, and I have a few other questions. I had received a couple of other emails, and I want to just ask more generally. But for this one in particular, can you provide a little more detail around the need for that sort of bulb out that's in that area? So that's the first part that I want to understand.
The bulb out's associated with a pedestrian crossing location. So generally where we have those, we try to promote a greater visibility of sight lines to allow for safer crossing of pedestrians at that location. So the idea is by shortening the crossing distance and the conflict path between the vehicles traveling southbound on Meadowlark Road and the pedestrians trying to cross the street, allowing them to be able to move in front of the parked cars and be seen by approaching vehicles moving southbound.
Yeah, and so that's maybe the important part, because this has always been a service road. So somebody who wanted to go across the street either to the library or from the library would be able to be out of sight of any cars that were currently parked on the service road, so that they wouldn't be visible to that traffic. This essentially does the same thing to help with the safety impact of the changes that are being made. Is that correct?
Correct, and sorry, I should clarify that's for the alley too, for vehicles coming out of that alley crossing. So to make sure that they can nose out in front of the parked cars. So obviously vehicles wouldn't be able to park there anyways because of the alley crossing at that location. So them being able to approach and nose their nose, so that essentially that those cars egressing from the alley would have the same conflict with the drivers moving southbound on Meadowlark Road.
Yeah, and this particular property's a little, because normally you can park within 1.5 meters of any type of access point. This property is unique because it's has both the front driveway and then the alley, along with a hydrant, which is on the property as well. And so that would have also created a bit of a challenge of how close one could park to the alley in any scenario.
You're correct. The hydrant does add another complication or another constraint to parking on street.
Okay. So let's just, I guess that's helpful context in this. And I maybe want to ask, and I'll ask this in more general context, because I have received some correspondence from folks a little bit further south, immediately in between the future traffic light at 89th Avenue and the transit station. So generally speaking, the purpose, again, of trying to remove any type of front drive access is because we're moving down to one lane of vehicle traffic in each direction, and you want to minimize how many people are either turning into or reversing onto a major roadway.
You're right. It's both, but I'd say more than anything, it's these alleys are one direction, or sorry, these driveways are one direction. So anybody who comes in nose first has to back out, and I think that's the movement that we're trying to protect as much as possible. Is recognizing that people are, once they're driving in one direction, the only way that they're able to get out is by backing out in reverse across the lane of traffic. As well as near and close to the LRT operation as well.
Yeah, and so just because I did get a message about them, the one specifically between the traffic lights and the LRT station would be even a little more challenging than most to try to preserve anything, even if you could have access in and out, because we generally, if we're reconstructing intersections or roadways, we try to minimize access points fairly close to a traffic signal. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we do try to discourage them from controlled vehicle intersections.
Okay. So I think the other questions I have are going to be more general around the compensation piece, recognizing that I appreciate if we went into any specifics that has to go in private. So asking more generally, are there different ways of compensating depending on what access or parking is available versus what. So let's ask very generally, if somebody already has a garage and a pad versus somebody who has only ever had a front drive access, is compensation dealt with differently in those scenarios?
So Councillor, I may start and then just see if there's anything additional that either Ms. Dunham or Ms. Bone would like to add. But where the city is not the property owner, which is this case, and provided alternate access to the titled parcel exists or is provided, which includes a service or frontage road or another alternative means of access, like an alley, no compensation is payable pursuant to Section 29, Sub 1 of the Highways Development and Protection Act. And as you indicated, should we get into more specifics, then we would request that we go in private.
Okay. I'll have a few more general questions, Mr. Mayor. I'll come on for a second round, please.
Councillor Carmen.
Thanks, just a few. So I have the design booklet open in front of me. So first of all, is this intended to be a pedestrian crossing coming out of the alley and across to 90th Ave? Did I understand that correctly?
It's not intended to be a controlled pedestrian crossing, and that's, sorry, I clarified after, it's the alley crossing more than anything, but any intersection of a roadway is legally a pedestrian crossing.
Because it looks like there's a tail track piece there. Like, would we actually, understanding this is just a conceptual design booklet, but would we actually permit anybody to cross 3 tracks that way?
No, the only movement that they'd be able to do is a right turn.
But even pedestrians, like pedestrians, if we let them cross to the median, we wouldn't actually let them cross the alignment, would we?
We would sign it as such that they wouldn't be allowed to do it, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And then, so from a pedestrian, or from a vehicle perspective, would we want an uncontrolled vehicle, even a right in, right out, that close to 2 signalized intersections? Because it looks like they would be right. That looks like a tight turn.
It is absolutely a tight turn, and probably no tighter than an alley right turn, like an alley to an alley right turn. So if you're able to make that turn, you'd be able to make this turn as well.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'm wondering if we just close the alley to vehicle traffic, if that was considered, and maintain the pedestrian pathway through there, or maintain it as a pedestrian path, but eliminate the bump and eliminate vehicle access. Just looking on at a map, there is vehicle access going northwest out into the crescent. So it's I'm not sure how essential this particular entry would be to the alley network there. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I'm just, sorry, trying to assess that on the fly here.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to factor in the fact that we've got waste vehicles and emergency access vehicles every 120 meters. They have to be able to back out a fire truck and get them through. And my drawing that I'm looking at too doesn't have the whole community, so I don't know exactly how the whole network of alleys works, but I'm not sure if that was assessed or not. I would suspect not. I think the basis of the design that was brought forward and where extensive public engagement was done was on the basis of that alley connection retained. And if we were to take it out, we'd probably have to go back and re-engage the community, because there's probably a lot of people within the community that rely on that alley access to egress from the community.
That just, to me, looks like the easy answer is that becomes a walkway and there's not a bump out required. But I'll defer to Councillor Knack, who probably knows a lot better.
I want to caution that. So I think what you're suggesting, it's easy in this context.
Yes, fair enough, sir.
Every decision has an equal and offsetting reaction, and I'd say that's where I'd have to be able to assess that is by closing that, you're further impacting somebody else who probably uses that access.
Right, fair enough, Mr. Malif. I appreciate that. That's my question.
Well, in engineering, it may be the case that everything has an equal and proportionate reaction. In politics, it's been my experience that everything has an unequal and disproportionate response. So, and this is really the intersection of the two. So, Councillor Knack on the second round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that would require, I think, a longer conversation about that particular piece. And in particular, if we proceed, if specific for Mr. Zielinski, and those right around that space, that begins a much larger travel time to go access property. So anyway, recognizing that, the other general question I had on compensation, though, is when we close an access that was serving as a driveway pad, is there any compensation required for essentially remediation of that site? So if they're no longer allowed to use it for vehicles, a concrete pad is probably not the most useful piece of infrastructure if it's not really going to serve as anything other than storage for cars. So do we have to pay for that to be able to allow folks to tear up their pads and resaw it and put it back into green space?
So unfortunately, the answer to that is no.
Okay. All right. So just, I wouldn't mind, can you expand on that? Is that through the provincial rules or?
So based on the way, yeah, the legislation is, that would be a strict reading. If we wanted to get into, again, greater specifics, we could have that discussion in private.
Okay. That's interesting. I don't think I actually knew that piece of information after all these years. Still learning new things. Okay. So if I'm just specifically looking at this piece here, okay, so that's the challenge. So I feel like I do actually have some specific questions now. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I do have a few questions just based on that answer and some of what Mr. Zielinski raised that I wouldn't mind asking in private, just so I can get a clear response.
Sure. Any other public questions?
I don't think so.
Someone want to move that we go in private subject to section 24 and 27?
So moved.
So moved.
I think I got Councillor Cartmel there by a whisker. So I'll just, do you want to do a vote or? All right. It's coming.
We're just missing Councillor Walters.
4:30 in Newfoundland. Yes.
We have 4 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Should be done by then. Display the vote, please. Carried. all the stuff. I need 45 seconds. We're all back online? Okay. So we've had our questions answered. The recommendation is before us. Motions arising?
I'll move the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't mind if I could.
Please, go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So appreciate the answers to all the questions, and I know we've been going through a number of these road closure discussions over the last few weeks, actually the last number of months, in fact, for this. I know when this was being talked about at the beginning, one of the comments that had been raised right at the, I mean, I think even before or right after the route had been finalized, if I remember correctly, is they talked a lot about these major arterial roadways and how they were going to operate post LRT construction. And there was a lot of correspondence over the years to try to retain on-street parking, or at least curb line parking for the homes, particularly along Meadowlark Road and 156th Street, where there was previously a service road. And that was being done just based off a lot of the feedback that had been coming from residents. So instead of having a 4-lane arterial road as well as the LRT, which might have presented different opportunities, the notion was to allow curb line parking along most of that stretch, because that's something I think a number of residents immediately adjacent to Meadowlark Road and 156 felt was quite important. The challenge is what we've run into right here, of course, and that there are going to be a couple of scenarios where that actually creates a challenge for certain residents who are used to using their land in a different way. So I know why, as from a safety perspective, why we're not trying to have people either back out onto an arterial road or back up off an arterial road to get into their driveways. So I completely understand what administration is trying to do in doing this and doing these road closures or these access closures. And in particular with our one speaker from Mr. Zielinski, it's a challenge partially because of the current tenant that's there. They have some larger vehicles and a trailer that create a particularly unique challenge that might not exist in a lot of the other accesses, which is, I think, part of why we didn't hear from a number of the other residents along the route where that's maybe not as high of a priority. So it's never easy to close off somebody's access, even when they have a garage at the back end, even when they have a driveway pad. So I don't want to diminish the importance of this for Mr. Zielinski, but realistically, in terms of making sure we have safe access, we have appropriate curb line parking for the majority of the homes along that space, I think this is the only way that can work out, recognizing that it's not easy and not ideal for Mr. Zielinski. I think it will work in general for most of the homeowners along the stretch. And again, I go back to the conversations over 10 years ago around why this was brought in the first place. And this was a deliberate choice between the residents and the councils and administrations to still allow parking instead of having a 4-lane arterial road, which might, oddly enough, might have had the opportunity then of being able to retain front access points to these homes that had them, but that was not the desire overall from residents in the area. So I appreciate the conversations happen, and I realize that the way I look at it, there's really not another option other than receiving this for information and continue, or the recommendation as worded, and then continuing forward with that work. So that's it. I just wanted to offer some of those comments from going to those meetings over the years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments? Not seeing any, then please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Display the vote. And that's carried. So that will go up to council next. Okay, we've still got one last item, which is item 6.1, the balance of the questions. I hope administration recorded the speakers list before we shifted gears at 11 a.m. All right, where were we in the questions? Who was next? Councillor Carmel?
I believe
Okay.
so.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a few. When we were last speaking of this, we were talking about risk, and generally speaking about how we want to be a bit less risk adverse, but at the same time, that means that council's got to be a little bit more forgiving when risks fail. I think that was more or less where we were at. I just wanted to ask about, what happens when we're talking about risk, but we're taking on risk that affects other people. So the example was being used about that infill next door where the hole gets dug, but affects the person next door, and it seems, and I want you to correct me because I know this isn't true, but it seems at times that the city is willing to take that risk, but the person that bears the brunt of that risk is the person next door, and their only remedy is legal. So, you want to speak about that a little bit?
Yeah, Councillor Cartmel, Ms. McCabe here, good question, and definitely a challenging question. And I think for me, the way I look at that is an individual's risk versus kind of the collective risk. And when you're adding regulatory burden that will just kind of solve a one case situation, I think that's where we need to be very careful, is to not add regulations that are just going to solve a one case situation. And we need to look globally about what the right approach is based on what happens most of the time.
Councillor Cartmel, if I could add to that, I would also add that it also requires our development industry, the public, to have trust and shared accountability through the process around the consequences if we do take a risk.
Right, yeah, I agree with all of that. perhaps also within that big basket of risk, I'm wondering about permissive approvals. And so I'm thinking about to illustrate with examples, but not to be just specific to them. That development that is pretty nearly complete, but needs that last doorknob, or needs that last faucet, or needs that last little hookup, that at times seems to be that recurring loop of inspection, as opposed to a permissive approval that says, yes, proceed with operating your mercantile business, but we'll be back to check off these final things. Are we there yet?
So I think through the development permitting process, we are, and of course we have to do the inspections that follow up to the Alberta Building Safety Code. We recognize that commercial builds can be more complex than a straightforward residential. So we're working with small businesses to help them through that process in a more streamlined way, and putting information online so it's clear on what that process is, so people understand what to expect.
I'd still like to see if we can't get to that more permissive place where there's some perhaps more judgment exercised about what is a critical safety code matter versus what is a safety code matter, but is not that endangering, or that it's not as big a deal or not as important.
Yeah, we do the self-verification on certain inspections, and definitely always looking for opportunities to do that.
Yeah. And then final question, we've heard a little bit lately about the idea of, and we talked about it this morning, the idea of tents and shelters, temporary structures. And structures are a little different. They gotta meet a criteria, but again, being more permissive in not just allowing outdoor patios, but allowing the wind to be broken or the snow to be deflected with the use of a temporary structure. Is there a way to get a little bit more open to some of those solutions?
Definitely through the patio program that we're looking to extend through the winter. That's exactly what we're looking at doing, and we have our one-on-one support service to be available for those small businesses looking to expand their patio with a more permanent structure. Obviously, we still want to be thoughtful about adherence to the building code, because there's safety concerns when we're talking about snow loads and winds and things like that, but definitely we're paying particular attention to those small businesses looking to expand their patios in the winter.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to remember who was on the first round, who was on the second round. I think Councillor Knack was still on the first.
I am. I just didn't know if there were any other committee members still on the first.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I'm trying to, it's been so long since we started this item, I'm actually forgetting some of it. So let me start again first with my thanks, like everyone else did. What we heard today was extremely positive and really encouraging, and so I'm very excited about it. And yet, of course, as we all do, we're going to focus on the areas where we can continue to improve. So that's the intent of my questions, recognizing we're doing a lot of great things. So note this: the questions are meant as continuous improvement, not as criticisms by any stretch. We're doing great things. So, with that in mind, what I have heard over the last, I would say 1 or 2 years is I certainly still get some examples, and I wouldn't say rampant examples of this, but a number of examples of where a small business in particular are dealing with different challenges, from longer timelines to, I had one business that's had to take 7 months before they finally got approval to set up their washroom, and that's what prevented them from opening up their business. And I have a handful of examples like that over every couple of months. So what I'm curious about is, I know we do a phenomenal job with engagement of these specific organizations that serve everyone. Is there a way to be able to engage these what I think are truly one-offs, but to understand if there's anything that's more broad that's impacting something that we need to be doing as a city? So any thoughts on that?
Councillor Knack, thank you for that feedback, and just want to echo your point about being on a journey of continuous improvement, and that's something that we're committed to in the department, is to continually get better. Perhaps I'll let Mike Clue speak to some of the customer journey work that we've done and understanding the customer viewpoint. Just before I pass it to Mike Clue, I would also like to just put things into context that we do about 9,000 permits a year. And a lot of, I know what you hear are ones where things are that we could improve. And so we do look forward to that feedback. And then we take that feedback, and what's important is we incorporate it into our processes. Mike, did you want to add something?
Yeah, absolutely. We've done quite a bit of customer research feeding into the improvements we've made, not assuming that we know what a better process would look like, and also understanding that every applicant is different and has different needs and expectations. And so in many cases, a small business owner is going through this process for the first time, or maybe the second time over a span of a decade, versus a commercial contractor who may submit applications on a regular basis. And so building customer journey maps based on data we've collected through surveys, and also sitting down to interview many of these different customer groups to build profiles on what the different types of applicants are and what their needs and expectations would be. We've started to design the process and the services differently compared to across the different types of applicants. And so one of the things we did identify is that small business owners do quite often have a lot more needs in terms of navigating the processes. Most of them are not experts in building out a space. They're experts in the product or the service that they want to deliver. And so we have been undertaking that work to make sure that our improvements do work for all the different groups.
So is there, and thank you, that's really helpful. So I guess the general question is there someone that, once we've resolved the immediate issue that they've contacted us for, someone we can put them in touch with from your team, Ms. McCabe, to use that as just a, can we review that after it's all resolved to say, is this a process issue, or was it in fact just a misunderstanding, or was it in fact a one-off, or is there something more broad that we need to be doing? Who would be that person I'd be connecting people with in those scenarios?
Well, Councillor Knack, we also have a one-on-one business support program, and Mr. Chase could speak directly to that when we're helping small business. But any one of the leaders in the department would be happy to hear if there's a one-off case where there's something that we need to learn from.
Okay. All right. No, that's helpful. And Mr. Chase, I saw unmuted, so maybe he had a little bit more.
Just to add to that, Councillor Knack, that when we do have these one-off cases through the one-on-one program, we do sort of record what those challenges are and pass them along as themes to look for key improvements as well.
Okay, great. That's, I think, it for me, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
Great, thanks. I think I might still be on the first round on this. I think maybe I didn't get to questions. So next on the list here. So the one-on-one program has been going for 3 years now?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And how many folks have we put through that? It was like 1,500 last year, Small Business Week. We got to be cruising in on 2,000?
We're well over 2,000 now.
And do we have other metrics on that in terms of, I mean, not every one of those leads to business formation, but do we have some other outcomes we can report out of that one? I mean, the anecdotal I've had from folks I've talked to has been phenomenal, but just as a roll-up, because it's a fairly significant piece of work.
Yes, we do. I don't have all that information in front of me, but we do sort of track the outcomes of each of the clients that we work with to see sort of where they landed and how they're doing.
Great. Well, I think that ends up sort of moving more into the local economic development consolidation and how that's going, which is probably a conversation for another day. But I do think that what we learn through, what I want to ask about is what we learn through the one-on-one about the barriers people are running into, and particularly as in the theme that we talked about, when people are trying to do something different or innovative or out of the ordinary that doesn't fit through the square peg of the regulatory framework. That used to be over somewhere else, some of it at EEDC. What I wanted to get at is how the feedback loop, and Ms. McCabe, maybe from 30,000 feet from your perspective, how can we take the intel from each one of those interactions where there's something innovative happening, especially if it doesn't work out, and pull that back into one, the regulatory work, but two, the culture of how we support people who are trying to do something different.
Well, that's the type of listening that I would say the leaders in the department are doing daily, that they want to hear those stories and look for the ways that we can work across the corporation to remove the barriers to improve the way that we approach innovation in the corporation as a whole.
Well, and I think, we got some very strong feedback today, positive and consistent with what I've heard from the BIAs and others on the patio side in particular. And I just think there's, maybe an after action report or something on that. How do we take whatever it was that made that work, bottle it and inject it into some of the areas where we're not getting as positive of feedback? Because I think, the culture of yes to support these businesses during this time of particular stress for them. I think, the invitation we frequently get from the business communities, how do we inject that same spirit into all of our interactions with our entrepreneurs? And that's harder to do in other circumstances, especially when building and safety codes are very prescriptive, for example. But culturally, what's transferable there?
I think what's transferable is that we've been using COVID as an accelerant. There is no COVID playbook, and so this is our opportunity to continue to look at things. And the executive leadership team has had a lot of conversations about Reimagine and Reimagine services, and that's the opportunity. I don't know if Adam would like to add to some of the Reimagine work that we're doing and how that's an opportunity to look at things differently and accelerate how we approach approach risk differently.
Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for the question. We have been looking at things differently. I think one of the things that we've appreciated is some latitude from council to explore different ways to support, especially during the pandemic, but it's enabled a different kind of thinking. And I do recall that we did present to council, might have been executive committee, around our innovation continuum, where it's a range from continuous improvement to disruptive innovation. And from that, we're actually making structural changes within the organization to support that better with the creation of a specific strategy branch that's focused on corporate ideology around continuous improvement and moving that forward. In a regulatory environment, there will be cases where we need to use the regulations, but I think what you're seeing as a result of the pandemic and council's support of us using some flexibility is an openness within the organization to pursue innovation.
Well, and in a couple weeks' time, when we talk about the energy transition report again, I think, there's an opportunity to pick up on what Mr. McNichol was saying. And because it'd be nice to say, let's get to yes everywhere, and it's easier to do in some places and harder to do in others, but also putting our emphasis on where it aligns with the strategic plan, whether it's our climate goals, our health goals, our regional prosperity goals. Putting the emphasis and priority on those areas that are also the corporate and council strategic priorities as well, using that as a lens to say that's where we're really going to try to inject that. Anyway, that's not really a question, or it is the prelude to a question that I'll finish asking in 2 weeks once I've formulated it better, relative to the climate piece. So anyway, I'm way over time. I'll stop there, go to Councillor Walters on the next round.
Thank you. Just a couple more. So just about the pre-application process, when people are starting out, is it the majority of applicants that take you up on that, or is it a lot of them come in sort of half prepared? Or, when you talk about small businesses that need that extra bit of support, like the awareness, I guess, how many people are using that process? How many people are aware of that process?
I'll maybe just look to Jeff Chase to speak to the one-on-one small business support. But before I pass it over to him, I'll just reflect on through our development permit and building permit, as well as with our client liaison unit. We do have pre-application meetings, scoping meetings, working with businesses on their project timelines to create a process that will work for them and build success for them. So I'll just...
so everybody can see that process, the milestones, what needs to be done by when, so there's fewer surprises. So do all applicants, does that happen to all applications that have some perceived complexity to them?
Not all applications, certainly the ones that are intake through the client liaison unit, those are ones that are impactful to our city, that advance our strategic goals. Or they're just really important files that we want to make sure they're shepherded through the process. So we do sit down, set out what the application requirements, so there's clarity on what is required from an application perspective, and then build the timelines around when they want to be in the ground.
Okay.
Anything more to add, Jeff?
Just to add to that, when we meet with clients through the 101 program, we'll often recommend if a pre-app meeting would be helpful for them. There's cases where they're not required, or the applicant has demonstrated an ability to sort of get through the process quite quickly. So we do kind of work collaboratively with our colleagues in development services to make sure that that handoff happens smoothly when it is required.
Okay. And then maybe Ms. McCabe, one of the things we talked about in the past is kind of a circle around the problem when it emerges, like when something gets stuck, versus the more assembly line approach to, a planner does his thing, an engineer does a thing, we're waiting for fire to do a thing, we're waiting for EPCOR to do a thing, and everybody's kind of waiting. So the client's waiting, but our staff are also waiting for each other. And maybe just comment on the cultural question of do you feel that we're circling problems to move them, to unstick them faster? Maybe just a comment on that approach.
Yeah, Councillor Walters, I do think that we are circling around problems and really improving our culture to be one that's enabling, that knows that we have to work to welcome the next million people here. We're definitely on a journey of continuous improvement, and for me it is just as much about culture and process. So the processes need to be very clear for the applicant and for our staff, so they know where the accountability is. But we also have to look, as we've talked a lot about today, on the culture side, about looking at risk differently and working together. I think what you've highlighted here about working with EPCOR, working with fire, working with city building partners, that's that we all have to come together to the table and have a shared accountability to the work.
Okay. And then lastly, I remember this one example where a couple entrepreneurs were trying to build a gin distillery, and their feedback to us was that the fire separation was fairly arbitrary. They couldn't kind of put their finger on why they were being asked to create a certain width of wall. And I raise that example in terms of those are really old things, but new things again, the idea of local distilleries. When we have things like that, what kind of research do we have around best practices from other cities that may have, had more of those kinds of businesses that inform how we'd approach these sorts of situations? Maybe Ms. Petrin or Ms. McCabe can answer that.
I'll just maybe start that we definitely look to other cities, and maybe Kim could add some details on that. But I'd also like to highlight that we've got a new fire chief who's really open to working with us and looking at risk differently as well. Ms. Petrin?
I think just to add to that, Councillor Walters, going back to your earlier question around how we work together collaboratively, so and not so much an assembly line, but collectively, so that the solution finding with fire is with building code or safety code, and we work collectively together to find solutions to whatever the issue might be.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? So I had a thought by way of a motion. Have you got the wording there, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we'll put it up shortly.
Okay, and I think it's fine for us to receive this report for information, but I think in light of a variety of different conversations that we could be a little bit more celebratory with it and use it. And so I will move that Executive Committee recommend to City Council that the Mayor on behalf of City Council provide a letter conveying this report to relevant Government of Alberta ministers as an update to previous submissions regarding red tape reduction and reaffirming our shared priority to support investors and the resiliency of our existing businesses through the pandemic and economic downturn. So I'll move that, and then just in speaking to it, I think we also got some pretty powerful testimony, and it's mentioned in the report, but the CHBA recognition in particular of the work the city is doing. And I often hear this, you know, certainly folks who are struggling, we hear about their struggle, but we also hear that overwhelmingly folks are pleased with the customer experience they get managing permits and applications in Edmonton, though always room for improvement relative to other markets where they are also investing. So I think that sharing some of that testimony that we heard today in the letter, as well as commentary, again, not to diminish the continuing work, but to show that, and we've actually been trying to do this for several years and have made some significant progress. And I would just say that you know, we had some kind comments from some of the presenters about leadership from this council on these points, but I really think we would not be here without the twin cooperation and effective collaboration with industry and the input that they provided through the different red tape committees by various names that we've had over the years, and the feedback they've given us, and then exceptional work from staff. Really, really proud of the work of the teams who have made these process improvements and listened to industry and garnered this feedback that we've had today and that's in the report. I think that's extraordinary, and I just wanted to say how grateful I am for the follow-through. It's very easy to talk about these things. It's very hard to deliver them, but you are delivering them, and this report indicates that. And so please, to you and through you to your teams, know that it's appreciated, not just by us, but by the folks who came to speak today, obviously. But I noticed that, and also wanted to refer this through council so that all members of council have the opportunity to see this material as well, though certainly they were welcome at the committee today. But this is very good news, and at a time where we're desperate for a bit of that in this day and age, congratulations are in order. So I'll leave it there. Happy to take any questions or feedback on the motion and or other comments. So Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think I'm just going to kind of speak to it and comment along the way. I think the motion has real merit. I think the government of Alberta is obviously interested in this work, and to demonstrate to them that our administration has had this kind of success and support from the business community and has treated the business community as real partners on this, I think is really important. I'm tempted to add a sentence, but I'll just make it as a suggestion, Mr. Mayor, and that is that you write a guest column to the Edmonton Journal talking about this success. It's always been my theory that regulation and red tape, it comes from something bad happened in the world, and the media covered that bad thing, and government was blamed, and then scurried to close any gaps or put in hard regulations so it won't happen again. So we all sort of, in this democracy of ours, have a role to play: the public, government, of course, industry, and the media. And I was somewhat serious this morning when I suggested that I hope we can expect positive columns from Mr. Gunter and Mr. Staples on this, because they are constantly watchdogging government, which is their role. But occasionally they need to step up, even if they want to take some credit somehow for pushing us into this sort of stuff. I would really welcome that. We live in cynical times, and administration, the civil service, sometimes called the bureaucracy, doesn't deserve that. And I really think this is a This is what we called in the industry a man bites dog story. It is news. It is different. And I'm going to be watching the media tonight and tomorrow to see if anybody covers this. And if they don't, Mr. Mayor, it'd be incumbent, I think, on at least one of us to write that guest column to talk about the success of the partnership between city administration and the business community in making this headway. Not sure council deserves any credit, but that's not the point. The point is that our business community brought in some really good ideas through engagement by this new administration of ours and made real headway on this issue. I'm very proud of our administration. I won't name names again because I'm going to miss somebody. I don't want to do that. But you know who you are, and I'm really deeply appreciative of this. And I think it's just affirms for me that our administration does great work all the time. And this is just a fantastic example of that. I'm really, really, really excited to have been here on this day. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're most welcome, Councillor McKean. If you write it up, we can put it in. You still got some skills, so we could talk offline. Councillor Walters.
Yeah, so I won't have much more to add beyond that, but just to say that I think you guys are doing a great job in this area, and every time we've run into a little bit of trouble with somebody that they've reached out for help, the response from yourself, Ms. Petrin, and Ms. McCabe has always been wonderful, and I think that just reflects the spirit of being open for business, which is the sort of jargon we use, but it's meaningful. And I think the testimonies this morning were indicative of the seriousness with which we give this. So to all of you up here and to Ms. McCabe and everybody, I think this is a really positive report today and demonstrates that the journey is going pretty well, notwithstanding. Some people are still going to struggle, and we're still going to struggle, and we're going to learn from each other, but the spirit is right. So thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments? Well, onward to the zoning bylaw review then. Coming up next, coming to a committee near you. Please vote on the motion before us here. Display the vote. Carried. Are there any notices of motion today? Well, with 10 minutes to spare then, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.